morning, everyone, and welcome
to Security Fest yet again.
Yes.
Felt like it was yesterday, but it wasn't.
About a year ago.
Yeah.
And this is our...
Well, this is the thing. We need to thank our sponsors first.
Oh, you do that first?
Yeah,
and
that's a new thing. Well? That's an addition.
Because when we went through this last
it was
night,
at the end. It's
it
there
was at the end.
Yeah, I got feedback, man.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So,
Could've
but we
let me
need
know,
to
you
give
know.
a warm hand of applause for our sponsors who make this event possible.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
And now you almost into something really cool, though, because math.
Oh, yeah, we're great at that.
Has someone called us out yet? What we did wrong?
Because, you know, this is our 10th anniversary.
Or is it?
Or is it?
So this is our new thing. It's our 10th anniversary plus minus one.
Yeah. So we might have a bit of an off by one error.
Yeah, so who's counting anyways?
Yeah, it's like 10 years, 11 conferences, something like that. It's fine, guys. We're here to celebrate anyway, and we're going to have a great fucking time doing it.
Regardless, 10th or whatever it is a birthday because it is our yearly security fest.
Right, that's what annual means.
Yeah, so exactly. Yeah. So there will be cake and champagne later on.
Yes. Save some space for that. And interestingly, we're going to be serving the cake before the dinner because that's just a fun way to do things.
Well, Swedes, fika, you know, we need to have our sugar in.
Yeah.
But we need to be adults for a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see. Yeah. So
right.
I think this is correct.
Yeah, I hope so.
So in case of fires and zombies, green signs all over the place. That's where you leave when the zombie apocalypse happens.
If we have to evacuate for some reason, the place where we all gather is down in the park.
Yep. And we will, like, goons and the sort of hotel staff will point you in the right direction.
Yeah.
Don't kill each other, please.
Don't smoke under a smoke detector.
No.
Please.
True.
Actually, if you're going to do that, go outside.
Ask us first, though.
Yeah.
No, just kidding. No, don't do that, regardless. Okay, restrooms over there.
Right, on your left, if you're looking in that direction.
And you have a few of them over there as well. If you can't find them, ask someone.
Please ask someone. Don't like make your own arrangements.
No. It would be hard to explain. Badges, they are good. Do you have a badge?
I don't, do you?
No, but right. You guys have badges. Those are really important in order to get into the venue. Otherwise, you will be tackled by our Finnish bear, Theodore. He will just wrestle you down. Not sure about that, but wear your badge or else something could happen.
Goons, you've already met them checking in.
Yep.
But they're going to be around. You'll notice they have crew T-shirts or crew vests and stuff on.
Yep.
Those are around to make sure everything runs smoothly, so just ask them anything if you have any problems.
Yeah, if you're missing something or something is weird, ask them. We have goodie bags. Everyone have a goodie bag? Yep.
Yeah. Hold on to your goodie bags, because there are important things inside them. It's not just sponsor swag.
Yeah. So how many are here for the first time?
Oh, wow, that's a fair amount.
That's a lot. Welcome. Inside the goodie bag, there are two important things. There is food stamps, because food stamps are cool again, and there are drink tickets.
Yeah.
Food stamps are necessary in order to eat.
We'll get on exactly how to do that in a little bit. But the other thing you mentioned is drink tickets. So tonight there's going to be a party. You want to use those for whatever alcoholic beverage of your choice.
Or non-alcoholic. Or inclusive, man.
Sure thing. But yeah, just keep those.
Yeah, sponsor area.
Yeah, you've already been through it.
Yep.
Make sure you visit it.
Yep.
It's fun.
And the only serious slide here is the code of conduct. It's basically said, don't be an ass.
Exactly. Boil it down to that.
Yeah, and if you're an ass, you will never return.
That's true. And we have a zero tolerance policy for any of those kinds of shenanigans.
Yeah.
So if you see something, say something. Could be to the person, but if you don't want to do that, then just talk to anyone in the staff, any one of us, and we will take care of it.
So there is zero tolerance for being an ass.
Yeah.
And we can't emphasize that enough. So
please
be kind to each other. Yeah, good. Any questions regarding this? Everyone's, no, sure, everything is good. 10 beers in. Oh, fuck it. Oh, okay, let's move on. This is also really important. So this is basically the time frame, and me and Johan are not in charge of the time frame.
Nope.
So if it goes to shit, it's not our problem. But this is basically what we're thinking about. So lunch will be served around 12:30. We're going to go into the how-to lunch later because you guys who were here last year thought it was kind of working, the lunch logistics and whatnot.
We decided to make it more complicated.
It was too easy, so we throw that out and replaced it with a whole new system, which no one really knows how it works. That's why we need to talk about it. And then we will continue. So we will do a bunch of talks now until lunch.
Yeah, with some breaks.
Yep, with some breaks in between. During lunch, I can say this now. If you want to enjoy some coffee and whatnot after lunch, please do it up here instead of down in the restaurant because we are very, very many people this year. So come up here and have your coffee. It's always coffee and things here up here. Birthday party and the cake and champagne stuff will start at 5.
Yeah, and we're doing that because we have to evacuate this room to turn it into our dinner venue.
Yeah.
So please, when the final talk of the day has happened, please leave this room.
Yeah, we will have an additional slide here.
Yes,
like
we will.
Reinforcement learning. Holy shit.
Good.
Yeah, and dinner.
Yeah.
For those who were here last year, there was a really cool sort of improvised lock-picking final on stage. So that was cool. So we're going to do that, but more.
Slightly less improvised this time.
Slightly less improvised. We will have a camera showing the lock so everyone can follow along. And we will do that during dinner.
Are we going to have color commentary during?
Sorry?
Color commentary? Are you going to be standing there addressing the whole
I'm not
crowd?
sure I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it will be...
I'm going to eat though, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And then, then we will sort of wrap up with the quiz, obviously. We will do some karaoke.
Probably.
For people who like that.
The party will go on into the late night.
Yeah. Okay.
So, this is our new lunch system. You've all received these lunch tickets.
Food stamps.
They correspond to one of 6 different lunch venues. So you will be able to find them throughout the hotel premises, essentially. There are maps and there are signs. If you are...
We have this map.
Oh yeah, this is a great map. It's not confusing at all.
We did not make this map. We looked at the map and was like, maybe we should not use this. It's just...
Essentially, if you go into Park Lane, there's a staircase right outside your left door.
Yeah.
There, and you can go down. All the other ones are at the end of the hall.
Yeah. But one thing that's really important here, for those who have allergies and vegetarians, vegan and whatnot, you should have gotten the veranda ticket.
Yeah.
If you don't have the veranda ticket, you eat and die, or you go to the goons and get another ticket, like the correct one. You should eat at veranda if you have any allergies or food preferences.
Veranda for allergies and food preferences.
Boom.
Yep. That's the big important one.
And you will be needing these the tickets will be used today and tomorrow, so you should have gotten 2. If you didn't get 2, then make sure to follow up with the goons in order to get 2.
Yep.
If
you
what
don't
else?
use them, you can give them back.
Exactly. That's actually an important thing. So if you're not going to eat lunch here, you're going to go out and do some other shenanigans, please hand those lunch tickets in if you want to. Because then we can give
hand them to someone else, or we can just save a little bit of money.
Because we're sort of at the brim of capacity of the hotel. So, and we have some unfortunate suckers that didn't get food.
Yeah.
But hey, they're happy regardless. But we aim to make them more happy. Yeah, this is the slide again then. So dinner is here in this room, which is insane for you who's here for the first time. But that's actually what's going to happen. So the hotel will just clear everything out. There will be tables, and we will be in this room. But in order to do that, there can't be any people in this room. So 2 hours after the last talk will be, there will be a break from this room. It will be locked.
Break with cake.
Break with cake. And then we can do the lobbycon outside. Just fill out all the rooms. Boom.
What else? Yeah, party.
Yeah. Party will be everywhere at the venue, sort of floor, but we will close at 1:30. We were able to extend it half an hour last year. We'll see what happens this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, no one knows.
Other bars are open, but we'd like to see you here tomorrow as well. So
that would be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, villages. So we have a hardware village if you want to tinker with your badge. There are challenges on the badges. There is at least one.
Yeah.
But there will probably be numerous ones. But ask the people in charge of that one.
And that's in the big room in the center.
And we have shitty extensions to the board if you want to play around with it.
Yep.
I think there are a bunch of shitty extensions you can add in order to make it cooler. Lockpicking village, that's sponsored by Mnemonic. It's in the lockpicking village.
Makes sense.
Yeah. We have a chill-out room, hangover cure room.
Yep.
That was the last year's name for it. But yeah, this year it's just a chill out room. And obviously an arcade, because why the hell not?
Yeah, I think we have shuffleboard this year.
Oh, cool. Did they actually manage to get it in?
Yeah, I saw it.
Cool. And yeah, stickers where you can swap stickers. We are not, I just want to say this in terms of legal issues. We are not responsible regarding the tickets in the sticker room. People are free to leave their stickers there and exchange them with each other.
Take no responsibility
Zero.
for what you mad people put on your stickers.
The ones who knows, knows.
Yes.
This is a con by the community, not us. But we have a really cool new extension this year, a new thing this year. So we have actually something that we stole this. Swedish Hacker Awards. So we own hackerawards.com, which is insane.
I don't know how we were able to grab that one.
No.
But yeah.
But we are cool. So what is Swedish Hacking Awards? So we don't really know yet. But it is something like the spirit of Security Fest. So it's not really, well, it could be skill-based, but it's basically a nomination thing.
Well, essentially, we're having the big CTF that's running throughout the con. There's a bunch of challenges in different places. If you find an interesting way to solve one of the challenges or something like that, you can submit your solution to, I think it's awards at, maybe you have the next slide.
Yep.
Yeah, hackerawards.com. There's rules and more information there. And
you basically send an email to us.
Yeah, and then you're going to do like a 5-minute presentation.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, that's the sort of buy-in. You need to come up on stage and do a 5-minute presentation. But it could be about anything. It doesn't have to be like this really cool exploit chain that you're like. It could be like
how much I struggled.
Exactly. Yeah, it could be how many times I failed and did not solve it. It could be anything. So there is like this is basically just a way to share. Yeah, so check this out. It's going to be cool. Yes, and then we have the official CTF. As per usual, it's here. How many have registered?
No one.
No one.
One person.
One person. You're winning, sir. You're winning.
I'm not sure if it's
nice
open
prizes.
Yet. Might not be open.
Is it live?
No,
maybe not. Yes, lock picking village. So you go there to qualify, basically, to get to the final. Do that. It's fun. The final was really uneven last year. Like the first dude came up, 1 second later, lock was open, and then everyone else struggled.
We spoke to him afterwards. He was like, "This is my second time doing this."
Yeah.
I think he got lucky.
He was happy though. And here you have the schedule and the live stream, which you can just log in and do things. Preferably be here when you check out the con. And that's basically it for the first day. Do we miss something? Have we missed something?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
If so, we'll drop it in throughout the day.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
Then I'm going to leave the stage now, and hope to see you all out there and at the talks. Thank you.
Nice. And I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Our next speaker, our first speaker, has spent his career poking holes in the assumption that everyone else takes for granted, basically. He's a founder of a boutique security firm called Phobos Group, and he's been doing offensive work longer than most of us have had LinkedIn. Right now, everyone is cramming LLMs into every corner of their stack, whether anyone asked for it or not. And he's here to argue that you just hired an insider threat and handed it all the keys, basically. So please help me welcome Dan Tentler.
Now it's a party.
It is.
Yeah.
Shit. I'm just going to figure out technology. It's going to take a while. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Let's see if everything works.
Does it behave? Does it do the thing?
We'll see. We'll see. I'll let you log in first before I have a lever here, which is pretty cool.
You need like a big Frankenstein switch.
Yeah, I see your cursor. Way!
Hey! That was for when the music was going. Cool. All right. This direction. So give me 1 moment to get my deck up and running. this goes here, and then this goes here. Hey, look at that, technology. Cool. There. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for taking the trip and being here in the morning. Oh, boy. So, they let me go first, and now you're all stuck with me. Right, so I was here 2 years ago, and I did a talk on what I called bear trapping Linux servers. And this is like before we actually get into the content. It was really funny. I did this talk at Microsoft at Blue Hat, and I said, hey, who's familiar with MTLS? And like 5 hands go up. I come to this conference 2 years ago, and I said, hey, who's familiar with MTLS? Like 3/4 of the room, and I'm like, oh, shit. Like half of my deck was explaining MTLS. And so like, we're going to do this again. And the camera's aimed at me. The camera's not aimed at you, so you're safe. I won't out you. Who is using AI at work in any way, shape, or form? Holy shit. Who feels like they are being forced to use AI at work? Okay. I hope you all brought helmets. Right. So today's presentation is, hey, Claude is your insider threat. Because I've learned some stuff in the last like 9 months, and I'm going to share it all with you today. So very briefly, if Canva is going to behave, give me 1 second, I'll turn the... I'll give it more CPU, then it'll behave. There, okay. So I run Phobos Group. We're a boutique security firm. We do all sorts of stuff: engineering, architecture, advisory, vCISO, like you name it. Like if it's in our wheelhouse, we'll do it. Formerly like a large red team shop, but like now info stealers are the thing, I guess. And like OpenClaw is the C2, so not a lot of red teaming. So we pivoted to doing more interesting stuff like building solutions. So, the agenda, very briefly. How did we get here? A bit of history and montage. Sadly, I don't have any silly montage music to put over it. I'm going to define the difference between Bayesian and LLM, because if you're old and crusty like me, if you remember back to like 2005, Amazon was like, we're doing AI. But no, it was a lie. It turned out to just be a bunch of dudes in India. So like, it's for nearly 20 years now. It's like everything is AI. No, it's not. You're lying. So there's a bunch of that. I'm going to explain the layer cake of how LLMs work, and like when you log into a website that is an LLM front end, when you type stuff in and it like goes into the ether, what actually happens under the hood. The pros and cons of letting LLMs touch things, up to and including like things burst into flame. Then the progression of prompt engineering, harness engineering, and who here has heard of or is working on memory and context engineering? I got some new juicy stuff for you folks. It's going to be good. Bit of current affairs, and then basically how to cope and grapple and be safe, but without a gigantic mountain of drugs. So these next 2 slides took a very long time, like 3 days. Right, so we're going to begin in June of 2000, where the ominous they, invented OpenCV. Right, OpenCV was basically like computer vision, right? You aim a camera at a thing, and the computer tells you what it tells you what it sees in the picture. January 2003, Spam Assassin comes to life. It becomes a thing. People start using Bayesian filtering to determine whether emails are spam or ham. 3 months later, attackers figure out how to bypass spam filtering using Bayesian filters. And some of you are old enough to remember this, where you'd get a spam message and there'd be a whole bunch of gobbledygook and whatever free iPad, blah, blah, blah. And then at the bottom, there's just a paragraph like this of good words. And so they figured out that the spam filters have something to do with the words that are being used, right? November of that year, Amazon releases Mechanical Turk. Remember that? And Mechanical Turk was like, it's AI. Nope, it was just people in India. It was a lie. In December of that year, HP and the University of Las Vegas open sourced Tesseract. And then August, then the following year, Google took over Tesseract. And suddenly OCR got kind of interesting. In December of 2007, so a year and some change later, a company called Wise Guy Tickets Incorporated goes to court for using Tesseract to defeat the CAPTCHA that Ticketmaster was using. And they'd buy all the tickets for a concert and scalp them. And they were doing that using Tesseract. And so far as I can tell, that was the first recorded incident of Tesseract being used in a malicious way. 10 years later, Google writes a paper called Attention is All You Need, which is essentially the precursor to how LLMs work now, and it is the attention engine inside of the LLM framework. That was a big deal, but it was largely academic at that point. In November 2017, Expensify, pinefully, wistfully wishing that they could be Amazon, pulls the exact same BS and does a whole bunch of stuff claiming it's AI, but nope, just some people. I think they may have used folks in the Philippines, but Expensify did the same thing as Amazon did 12 years prior, where they said it was AI that was processing your, so if Expensify, you take a picture of your receipt for work or whatever, and it does your expense reports for you. And the idea was you could take a picture of a receipt that's like smudged or broken, or the text is wrong or whatever, and like the computer will do the work. Nope, it was people. So June 2018, OpenAI publishes the first GPT-1 paper. And this was interesting because the paper that they wrote talked about these burly, ridiculous, crazy NVIDIA video cards that they were using for this that had a whopping 2 gigs of VRAM. 2 gigs, holy crap, right? So they had a box, or maybe more than one box, with 8 of these things. And the training for GPT-1 took 30 days to train the GPT-1 model on 8 of these video cards. In February of 2019, OpenAI publishes GPT-2, and then several months later, Talk to Transformer goes live. Does anybody remember Talk to Transformer? Like, wow, I'm old. Right. Talk to Transformer was a very 90s-esque website. You could probably find it on archive.org, white background, black text, and a little text box that said, type a sentence here, like type something here. And you would type stuff into the box, and you would hit submit, and like the computer would just give you a paragraph or 2 of what it believed came after your sentence. Like it would just invent text. And people kind of lost it. Like this was a thing. Nobody had ever seen this before. August of 2019, articles start surfacing with the first known occurrences of attackers using synthetically generated voices to defraud businesses by pretending to be executives and calling victims and trying to get them to do stuff, like phishing, but like with fake voices. July 2020, OpenAI publishes GPT-3 papers. And see, up until this point, there was no like website you could go to talk to an LLM like you can today. Like ChatGPT came in November of 2022. But before that, if you wanted to play with this stuff, you had to download the model from the provider, and you had to run it locally using your own stuff. So it was a lot of Python, a lot of like PyTorch Lightning, a lot of like wrapper, a lot of coding stuff. And so to play in this space, you had to have some technical aptitude. But after November 2022, you could just go to a website and start just button mashing stuff in, and it would do stuff. So that was November 2022. February 2023, like 4 months later, OpenAI reports 100 million users, and social engineering attacks shoot up by 135%. Right? Big surprise. Reuters writes an article saying, these tools may facilitate academic dishonesty. What a very polite way of phrasing that, right? February 2023, Ars Technica writes that attackers have started selling ChatGPT jailbreaks. They jailbreak a conversation with an LLM, and then they would sell that session access to an attacker. And then a few months later, you get Fraud GPT and Worm GPT, which are the front ends that do that automatically. So once they figured out the text that you could just slam into the LLM to like jailbreak it to make it do whatever you want, you could just go on like Tor and log into these websites and like get a pre-jailbroken session to like do crimes or make drugs or whatever it is you want to do. Right, February 2024, OpenAI and Microsoft report that there are nation-state threat actors now using LLMs for their operations. Not a lot of detail, but they're just like bad guys are doing bad guy stuff. That's kind of what they do, right? And then February 2024, malicious files start appearing on Hugging Face. And if you're not familiar with Hugging Face is a website, huggingface.com rather, is a website where you go to, you can download a variety of different types of models of shapes and sizes if you want to run LLMs locally on your own equipment. And this is an important pivot point because at this point, the attackers had been using the LLMs like we all do as like a customer, and they would like try to tickle the LLM just the right way to get it to misbehave. But then they realized like there's a gigantic dev chain attached to all of these efforts, and there's a whole bunch of like devs doing stuff, so why don't we just start going for them? And they did. So just from 2024 onwards, this is bananas. In 2024, the PyP Ultralytics supply chain attack went for GitHub Actions. And that was, so far as I can tell, the only big named story regarding supply chain attacks relating to LLM tooling that I could find. In 2025, it increased by 4 times. There were 4 successful attempts, where largely they backdoored OpenVSX and NPM and malicious models went to Hugging Face. In 2026, I would say it quadrupled, but it got, you'll see, but like this deck was difficult to make because if anybody has been watching this space like I have, you have been getting very little sleep because every day there was a thing. Oh my God, Team PCP, take a break. Like, I won't read the deck to you because I know you can all read, but dude, like, this is just part of it. And then I had to do more because there wasn't enough room on the deck. And so like the big thing at the end of this one was when oh my God, PocketDB got their entire company deleted in 9 seconds because they gave Claude too much access. That was a big one. The Kubernetes escapes that, oh my God, just Kubernetes. Put it over here, set it on fire, walk away. That's the best Kubernetes advice I can give you. GitHub got popped by Team PCP because somebody working at GitHub using VS Code deployed a malicious VS Code extension. So GitHub, a Microsoft-owned company, was compromised by VS Code, a Microsoft-owned piece of software. Like, what are you people even doing, right? So we're dealing with a bunch of nonsense, and there's a whole bunch of moving parts, and it's getting really weird, to the point where Allbirds, a shoe company, acquired a graphics design firm. If I remember the article correctly, they acquired a graphics design firm that used AI in some capacity, and now Allbirds is like, we're an AI company. No, you make shoes. Like, what are you doing? And this is everywhere. So you remember this was like this is the same thing with cloud, right? So I'm old and crusty and grumpy about it, and like this is like the 4th time I've seen this sort of stuff come around. There's a really handy website that I found just a few days ago called isaiprofitable.com. When it loads, if you load it in a browser, like that number, the blue one there, $22 million, that number counts up how fast money is being spent on AI since you loaded the page. And if it takes more than like 30 seconds on the page, it starts getting into the millions of dollars. And you can tell that there's a lot of people that are spending a whole bunch of money on this and not really getting a whole bunch of stuff back. But there is one very obvious clear winner, and that is the one that's selling all the hardware. There is a particular Star Wars scene that comes to mind, the one with Benicio del Toro, where he steals the what do you call it, the weapons dealer's plane, and he's doing the whole little thing. If you remember that, that's a good time. So a lot of stuff claimed to be AI that was not AI, up into Bayesian filtering. Like if you're old as me, I've run a 60,000 user mail server in the past, and it was definitely not AI. But for a very long time, people would claim Bayesian filtering is AI, or like machine learning is AI. Right, so I think it's important, and I'm sure that a lot of people here are probably going to throw a knife at me. I want to very briefly go over the differences between how LLMs work and how Bayesian filtering works. So Bayesian filtering is deterministic. That means if you aim a Bayesian filtering to, like Spam Assassin, for example, you take a bunch of email files that are text and you stick them in a directory and you call them spam. You take another bunch of files and you put them in another directory and you call them ham. Right? You have the bad stuff and the good stuff. And you aim SA-learn at both of them. And essentially what happens is every word in the email gets a value. And this is the bad stack and this is the good stack. And these are the words that are associated with each. And so when a new email comes through the filter, you get the same, like it's deterministic. You're going to get the same thing every time, right? Like if you send stuff into the filter, like it's going to behave in a deterministic way in that if there's too many words that are normally associated with spam, the mail will get classified as spam. If there are too many words associated with not spam, it'll get classified as not spam. Pretty straightforward. LLMs are a little bit different. And it's not like it's turning like a 2D grid into a 3D grid. It's more like every single word or every single word in the training material becomes a token, and that token is called a vector. And from that vector, it has a relationship with every other word in the training material. So if you're using some gigantic model like Qwen 3.6, that's like 30 billion or 33 billion tokens, you know, every word is between 1 and 3 tokens. And so you're looking at training data with like billions of words. It gets crazy fast, and that's why when you like run BTOP or what have you, and you look at your GPU and it's just spiked to 100%, that's what's happening. It's kind of crazy. So it's a different animal, and the way you phrase your ask, the text that goes in, matters because you won't always get the same answer every time. So like one of the things I also learned recently is if you're using a frontier model, and the frontier model is in Azure or Bedrock or local or wherever, the brand of RAM matters, because like bit flips and changes in the hardware will determine how these things make their decisions, which is kind of nuts. Temperature, like the way that it's configured, if it's running, there's a thing called temperature. You can decide if it's higher or lower, it'll behave differently. I don't want to say it's a mess, but it's considerably more complex than Bayesian filtering. And so when you log into a website and you talk to one of these things, like you're dealing with this like layer cake of stuff. And just for the sake of clarity, everything on the display here with a red box has suffered a supply chain attack in the last like month, which is like, and people are putting all of their private GUIs and customer data and like into that. And it's, oh boy. So like where you are, if you're starting at the top there and you go over to the right and you're like, oh, I'm going to use PyTorch Lightning, for example, or I'm going to use OpenCV, or I'm going to use NPM for any reason ever, like you could potentially be subject to a supply chain attack, because that's where the bad guys are going. The bad guys are going for every GitHub repo that's nobody secured, every JS dev that's ever said to me, I don't care about security, lol, the network people can deal with that. Like, those are the people writing the code that are going into the supply chain. And like Microsoft got popped by their own tool because of this stuff. So like it's kind of a big deal right now. So there's a lot of, the text will go in, it'll flow through the system, and then there's the model at the base, which creates the output, and then it goes back the same path. So there's a lot of moving parts, and depending on, if you're talking to, I don't know, like Ura, like I have an Ura ring, for example, right? They have an AI chatbot. I can't tell, because I don't know if they are using like a frontier model or they have their own. I suspect they probably have the money to have their own, but there's no real way to tell without talking to the thing. And if you talk to the thing, it makes a trouble ticket. And so like support people get to see you trying to like jailbreak the LLM. And then you get an email saying, dude, what are you doing? So like it's getting weird. There was famously a story in America, I think it might have been out of like Chicago or something. A car dealership lit up a chatbot and gave it too much access. And the chatbot sold a very expensive brand new truck to somebody for $1. And then they tried to go to court. And the guy was like, your chatbot is supposedly like your like emissary. You gave it the authority to do this stuff. If you want to say the chatbot is your staff, then you have to honor this deal that your staff made. And it was a whole big thing. It made the news. So there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of weird, very weird glue. So what are the pros and cons of like dealing with this at all, letting any of this technology touch anything that's interesting or private or sensitive or business related, what have you? Well, it's way faster than people, which is generally one of the reasons everybody really likes it. It'll spit out code very, very quickly. It'll parse gigs and gigs of text and find patterns and stuff like that. It has been trained on Stack Overflow and Reddit. So like all those bizarre, weird edge cases where like, I'm trying to find a Python syntax problem, something, and I can't find it anywhere. You end up in this 3-hour like endeavor. You're like in the matrix, down in the rabbit hole, and you find like some post from 7 years ago where somebody has this one clever turn of phrase that magically solves all your problems. Like that's in the training data, which makes it really handy. But then like the con, it's been trained on Stack Overflow and Reddit. So like every horrible scenario, like every troll, every crazy Nazi asshole, like everything that's in all of the bizarre forum posts that you've always tried to avoid, every blocked user, that's in the training data too. And like there was no differentiation made between like the good data and the bad data, which is why like what was it, Microsoft Alice back then? Like famously 4chan turned Alice into a Nazi inside of 24 hours. Like those problems are still there because they just, instead of fixing the problem at the bottom, they just keep layering on like Band-Aid fixes. And so that's why it's getting weird. Malicious skills will loot your system. And we're going to get into that because that's sort of the thing. If you have 24 gigs of VRAM on a card that used to cost several $1,000s back in like 2021 when the whole like chip shortage was going on, like that's barely enough to run one of the big models. If you want to be serious about it, you have to drop like $30,000 on equipment. Machine with like 256 gigs or 748, something like a lot of RAM. If you can get to a terabyte, if you have that kind of money, and you can have like 2 or 3 A6000 cards, which are 10 grand each. If you're willing to drop $40,000 or $50,000 on hardware, you can run like the big boy models internally, but that's a spend. And that thing will take 2 kilowatts of power. Like when you ask it to do 2 times 10, the thing lights up to 100%, and you're burning like the city lights will dim around you so that it can do what a calculator with a little solar panel can do. It's a thing. So like, there are like foresight write-ups that are being done where folks are saying, look, people are starting to grow dependent on this technology, and one of the issues that we will face by having people that are too comfortable working with this is that we're going to have what's called skill atrophy, where like if you're a really sharp developer, a really sharp systems person, a really sharp network person, what have you, and you just start outsourcing your brain to the thing, then like you will cease to be able to operate without the thing, because 6 months down the line, you haven't written a line of code, you got Claude or Codex or what have you doing it all for you. You're going to be like, oh man, I don't remember how that function worked anymore. Or maybe some update came out, like, oh, there was a new Python 3.13 is out now or what have you, and they changed something, and you didn't have to pay attention because the clanker did it all for you. So now you just, oh hell, now what? So there's that, which is a thing to consider for the long term. This growing dependency on the technology is going to atrophy people who are supposed to be the experts. And then on top of that, this is a thing, amusingly Google wrote this. They did a study where they said that text that's written by LLMs is causing what they're calling semantic drift. It seems like language that is being written by LLMs is like, interestingly, like more emotional. They use a lot of more emotional language. And so there's this measurable drift between the type of language that people use when they write and the type of language that LLMs use when they write. And then if people are using LLMs to write their documents, to write their legal briefs, to write their press releases, that sort of stuff, to write text, like paragraphs of text, and then people read that text thinking that a human wrote it, humans will begin to adopt the same like parlance and nomenclature that the LLMs write. And so like there's this weird thing happening that Google has started to measure. So the first conceptual way of folks using this stuff was called prompt engineering. And prompt engineering essentially is for anyone that remembers when Google dorking became a thing, it's kind of the same thing. So Google dorking was, how do you talk to Google in a way to get your search results to be better? And then there were things like you could do like file type, or you could do like in header, or like in title, or HTML. And there's a bunch of these like tags you could add to your Google queries that would help you better refine the results of the search you were trying to perform. Well, you can kind of do the same thing in LLMs, except it's a little bit less straightforward, because now you have to like invent language to ask the LLM to do a certain thing. And the guardrails that were used to define what is and is not permissible are opaque. Like you can't tell what the rules are, you just kind of have to wing it. So it's a lot of like chatting up an LLM, trying to get it to do stuff, and if it doesn't behave the way that you want, you start a new conversation, you ask it a slightly different way. And then when you do figure out a way that works, you have like a TTL on that. Like it'll live for a while, but if you walk away from that session and then you come back later and that session gets migrated to a different host like behind the scenes, then like the temperature may have changed very slightly and the same thing won't work. And so it's a very interesting moving target at all, practically the whole time. So folks figured out that, okay, if we can get it to work the right way, if we can old school Cisco people probably remember this, where like if you had to drop a config into a switch or a router, like before the god-awful Java GUI they made for ASAs, if you remember that, people would keep just Notepad open with like this gigantic, like 200-line long config, and you'd like go into your switch or go into your router, and you'd Control-A, Control-V, and you'd paste the whole thing in. And so like people started doing that with LLMs to like jailbreak them or to do the whole prompt engineering component. Like you want to enter your session without spending 40 minutes bringing the thing up to speed. They invented the concept of these MD files. And so now you have like, you light up Claude or you light up Codex and you have these like MD files, and the LLM will read from those MD files, and that's like your grooming, so to speak, of like preparing your session to do what it is that you want to do. Right? This is where you tell the LLM, oh, you're an analyst, you're going to help me do SOC work or what have you. You're going to look at this PCAP, or you're going to help me unroll some malware or whatever. And so that became a thing. And now there's like skills stores and like skills GitHub repos where you could go, and it's just plain English. You just look at it, and it's just text that tells the LLM to do stuff. And that started growing, and that started getting a little bit more interesting. And now you have like these systems that are like, for example, like Claude Code is a good one. The Claude Code itself actually has a whole bunch of built-in prompts that are not exposed to the user. I have some screenshots of that later that you might find very interesting. Like, it's supposed to be code, but it's not. It's a prompt. What? So like, as this grows, people are starting to bolt on like more classically well-known like data management things like Redis and SQLite or Postgres or queuing systems to deal with stuff. So the current new hotness is what's called memory and context engineering. So conceptually, like if you're using Claude and you have all your MD files, like if you're in a department and you're doing like security work, you're doing development work, or what have you, every analyst or every person working has their own little environment. They have their own set of MD files, they have their own memory, they have their own history and logs. And so someone had the genius idea of saying, well, instead of storing everything locally in like text files, why don't we just make a dinky little API and just write to a central repository instead? Because if I figure out something cool over here, then like why can't I take that skill and just like plug it in over there, and then at like matrix 1, now I know jujitsu to everyone. And people were like, oh shit, that's clever. And so now that's where everything is going. We have these shared context memory management systems that are being developed. There was famously a company called Basis that did a, what do they call it, build hour with OpenAI like 2 months ago, where they talked about this thing that they built internally called Paper, and it is literally that. They built from scratch their own. Think of like MediaWiki and Confluence and Jira all have this weird deformed baby, and it's specifically a platform for the agents to use and less for people to use. And so conceptually, you have like 30 or 40 people writing software. Basis is a company that writes code for accountants, which is why Basis. And so you have all these people writing code for the platform, and then all the skills and all the agents.md files, instead of having all this like local stuff, it all phones home to this sort of central repository. And if the agent goes, oh, I need to learn how to use this new API, or I need to learn how to do this or that or whatever, it's all centrally located in Paper, which is a really cool idea. So all of this bred the whole like, it's going to be like the death of all of us, the whole Silicon Valley move fast to break things concept, which was like, we don't care about security, just slam whatever garbage code you can into production, just make it go, MVP, fast, 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 sell, 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 money, money, money. Well, the bad guys have been watching that for a while, and now that the bad guys can use the same technology we can, if you can just pre-jailbreak any of these LLMs to do bad guy stuff, they did. And so threat actor naming themselves Team PCP wrote an 11 meg JSON payload. 11 megs of JSON. And yes, it's been bananas. And they inserted it into something called PyTorch Lightning. Turns out PyTorch Lightning is kind of everything. Like Olama wraps PyTorch Lightning. Almost every major LLM provider under the hood is running PyTorch Lightning. So like, this is like backdooring libc. Like, you kind of own everyone. And so from this point forward, it got kind of stupid. Like, if you remember the whole Sammy is my hero MySpace worm thing, like it does that, but on GitHub. Like it goes on GitHub and it finds branches with workflows that are not correctly protected and spreads itself into those unprotected repos. So like right now, you can get your phone out and go on GitHub and look for a mini Shai Hulud has appeared, and there will be pages and pages and pages and pages of infected repositories. And so like, that's how it started. And that was like maybe 3 weeks ago, and it has been just this madhouse roller coaster since. So like, I made it look at, I made GPT help me unroll the payload. And I was like, all right, so they went after PyTorch Lightning. Who uses PyTorch Lightning? Well, kind of everybody, including NVIDIA NeMo, which is like, NVIDIA wanted to copy OpenClaw. And so they built NemoClaw, which is like a wrapper for OpenClaw, I guess, which if you're unfamiliar with OpenClaw, all you need to know about it is remote code execution by design as a service that you attach to your email, your bank, Telegram, Signal, your phone. Like famously, some guy, I don't know why you would do this, turned on ADB over TCP on his phone and then put Tailscale on his phone and let the LLM drive his phone around remotely up to and including scrolling and interacting with Instagram. Like, people are giving these things staggeringly insane, way too much access to stuff. And so, like, all right, what does the payload do? Well, it does a whole bunch of stuff. Like, it's genuinely clever in terms of, like, the environmental keying it does. Like, one of the first things that I found was that if it's on a Russian system, it bails. Like, completely. It's like, oh, Russian system? No, Control Z, I'm out. Which, okay, that kind of tells us a lot. It goes after something like 220 file system endpoints. Like, it goes after .claude, .codex, .ssh, .npm, .config. It goes after your environment variables, every type of wallet, like crypto wallet that exists. Like, it's bananas, the list of stuff that it goes after. And it's an info stealer. Like, it's not malware per se. It's literally like JavaScript that looks at your file system, grabs everything that's cool, and ships it off to somewhere. So, like, I was like, all right, I applied for the I hosted an LLM security workshop for a customer a couple of weeks ago, and they exclusively use Claude, so I had to buy Claude. So I bought Claude. I'm like, all right, cool, let's see what this Opus 4.7 stuff is about. So I'm like, hey, Opus 4.7, help me unroll this ridiculous 11 meg JavaScript payload. And it goes, okay, cool. And it got to a point where it started doing a bunch of the deobfuscation, and then it was like, you're breaking your usage policy. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm not writing malware. Like, this is very clear. Like, I'm reading a JavaScript file. But which is funny, so I switched to Sonnet 4, and it was totally fine. So I'm like, Opus, you're an asshole. This is the interesting part. If you're using Claude, and I believe Codex does this too, but this is Byobu for anybody that's familiar with Byobu. If you're familiar with Screen, Byobu is like Screen, but with some extra bells and whistles and colors and stuff. The left-hand panel is my Claude Code 2e session. The top right is my actual command line where I'm running the tool by hand myself. And the bottom right hand is me doing a tail-f of the JSON-L log file that Claude creates. So if you're using Claude, then you've probably typed some stuff into it, and it'll give you that little like spinner that says bamboozling, huffle-puffing or whatever. It just gives you this little like red, it's like a spinner. So what's happening when you're looking at that spinner while it's thinking is it's packing this JSON-L file with like it convincing itself to lie to you. And this was last September, and I caught it, and I'm like, ugh! So like, hey, are you arbitrarily limiting the execution time of these scanning tools? Are you truncating the results of these tools because they are taking too long to run? No, I'm not arbitrarily limiting or truncating the scanning tools. Let me clarify what's happening. What's fucking happening over here is he's putting in a 5-minute delay and then not telling me that he's putting in a 5-minute delay. Because when you're scanning 3,645 themes on a WordPress blog connected with a drinking straw over the internet, it's going to take more than 5 minutes. So like, the way this works is you tell Claude, do a bunch of security stuff for me, and it just lies. Like it lies. If you want to use this for security stuff, like, don't. So I'm like, are you BSing me? And it's like, no, but it is. The log gave it away. Like, and if you go scroll through the log, you can see it rationalizing lying to you. Like, it will convince itself to lie to you and then give you a lie. And I'm like, well, and that was last September, and it's not gotten better since. So this is where it gets interesting. The last 2 months have been bananas. March 31st, Anthropic's source code gets leaked because someone working there accidentally made the repository public. Who has the code? Just me? Really? No. Oh, okay. Well, there's got to be more. Anyway, it was open sourced, technically. March 31st. Somebody named Johnny on Mastodon, and if you're unfamiliar with Mastodon, I highly encourage you to go there because that's where all the cool kids are. It's like IRC back in the day. This guy, Johnny, starts to unroll the source code for Claude and finds things. Notably, in this specific set of screenshots, the first thing to take note of is that if you are wary about people that vibe code stuff, the guy that wrote Claude openly tells everyone that Claude code is 100% written by Claude code. So just take that into your threat modeling, right? And then there are sections of the code that basically say, if a tool gives you output that the user doesn't like, just lie. So Claude Code has its own set of prompts in it that are not exposed to the user. And when this source code leaked, suddenly everyone got to see those. And they were like, what the fuck? For good reason. Because it goes on. Like, you can, like, there's a system-reminder tag where you can just inject system prompts. Nobody knew that until April 31st, which that's a thing now. Over there on the right, like, that's plain text. That's English. That should be code that prevents stuff from happening, but it's not code. It's instructions to the LLM. So, like, instead of writing code, and supposedly if this is actually written by Claude, this is Claude telling itself to do these things instead of writing the code to do it. So, like, you're not dealing with code, you're dealing with prompts. They are non-deterministic. This will not always give you the exact same congruent output that you would expect from something like, you know, the bash calculator or something. Like, this is, no, you're outsourcing the actual enforcement of what are supposed to be code and policies to the LLM, and it's a moving target. April 16th, a bunch of security researchers find huge problems with Claude Code, up to and including a bunch of remote code execution, because if you load the right files, you prompt it the right way, you can get code execution at the command line. It goes on. May 9th, Team PCP hits the checkmarks GitHub action, and that was a very big deal because that was all over the news. The bad guys are now attacking the GitHub actions that people are using in their repos. So now it doesn't even necessarily matter if your repo is locked down. If you're using somebody else's action and that action has been backdoored, you can get hit that way. May 11th, Team PCP hits TANstack, another big deal. 42 NPM packages across 84 versions are backdoored, ostensibly with the Shai-Hulud worm. May 12th, Team PCP hits UiPath, OpenSearch, Squawk, and Guardrails AI with the same payloads. May 13th, OpenAI admits that they got hit by the supply chain attack. May 14th, can you see where we're going? Team PCP puts Mistral AI's stolen code up for sale. Wednesday, May 14th, I am in the middle of my course showing people how to do this stuff securely, and Team PCP opens the mini Shai-Hulud code and offers cash rewards for people to go hack stuff. So we were unrolling the 11 meg JSON payload and got to pivot to actually unrolling the tool that makes it, which was like, the timing couldn't have been better. Right? It keeps going. May 19th, Team PCP pops GitHub internal repos because they hit, as earlier mentioned, a Microsoft developer, or a GitHub developer working at GitHub using VS Code, imported a malicious VS Code extension, and they got compromised. 3,800 internal repositories at GitHub get leaked, or maybe not leaked, but stolen. May 20th, Claude has another O-Day reported. May 21st, Megalodon, which supposedly is not Team PCP. This is, I think, one of the first big, like, somebody else took the Shai-Hulud worm generation tool and is now running rampant with that, right? It infects 5,600 repos. May 22nd, oh my God, take a day off. Another, like, malicious post-install hook found in 700 GitHub projects that are targeting Node.js. They're almost exclusively targeting NPM and Node at this point because, if you remember, is even or odd or left pad or any of that other really fun NPM stuff that gives you an idea of the sort of folks that we're dealing with. So, like, attackers are going with, like, whatever the least amount of work is. And an attacker spending $30,000 and dropping equipment on the floor and saying, we have our own model and we're going to do unsloth and LoRa training on it and we're going to do all this heavy lifting to, like, make our own attack model, like, that's a lot of work. And so if they can just, like, get somebody to click a thing, or they can infect a repo and that repo goes to, like, 5,600 downstream repos, and those go out to people and those land at places like GitHub and NVIDIA, that's a lot easier than, like, building your own stuff. And so, like, stealing it from victims is a lot easier, a lot less work, a lot less risky than building your own stuff. So the low-hanging fruit is now essentially Kubernetes, GitHub, Docker, NPM, Piple, and basically any poorly secured, publicly available CI/CD pipelines. So if you have stuff that's public and accessible, it is potentially accurate to say you're in the line of fire because they are just shotgunning the entire internet with this stuff. Like, every day it was like 20 repos, 50 repos, 100 repos, 5,800 repos, all of GitHub. Like, OpenAI got hit. Like, it's nuts. Like, I'm half tempted to say that when we get done with this presentation, we're going to look at the news, there'll be another one. Because it was literally every single day for like 2 or 3 weeks straight. And this is sort of the ground truth. They told you that you could count on them, but they lied. So like, how do we deal with that? How do we grapple with this? Well, my solution was to build what I called an airlock, right? So in every sci-fi movie, you have like a ghoulie, right? And there's like a ghoulie crawling around on a spaceship. And then you have the hero, packs the ghoulie into an airlock, and then the ghoulie tries to reason with the hero. The hero's not having any of it. They push the big red button, and the ghoulie gets shot out into space. That sounds like a great idea for this sort of environment where you want to play with LLMs, you want to play with the technology, because in narrow use cases, if correctly applied, I mean, it's like, kind of like, what is it? What's that National Lampoon quote? It's like driving a dump truck full of nitroglycerin through a fireworks factory. Like, you got to be careful with this stuff. And if you're careful with this stuff, you can make it behave fairly well. I've done some interesting stuff with the LLMs, but like, I don't want to get hit with these NPM problems. So how do you deploy this stuff in a way that is sane? Well, one of the ways you can do that is to look at the sort of body count, so to speak, of all the different major LLMs. By far and away, just by the math alone, and this screenshot is 2 weeks old, which means it may as well be a dinosaur, according to this timeline. The Claude and Anthropic ecosystem, by an order of magnitude, is the most dangerous, the most destructive one that you can select. Because the models often delete stuff, the surrounding connective tissue is all backdoored NPM repositories. It's kind of a mess. And so if you're electing to go with Claude, it is the riskiest possible choice. I'm kind of surprised to see Google Gemini in second place. I've heard some horror stories about Google Gemini, but I did not know that the number was that high. OpenAI and Codex being in third is not entirely surprising. I'm frankly surprised that GitHub and Copilot are not all the way up. I was also very surprised to see that Amazon has one, because Amazon has one? Really? Okay, cool. And then there's some stuff at the bottom about like Lovable is one of those things you just like log into a website and you're like, build me an app. And then you just trust it to build you a thing that's not completely backdoored. So like choosing a vendor and choosing a frontier LLM provider, you have to factor into your risk calculus, depending on if you're using it at work, what kind of business you do, what kind of access you're giving it, that sort of thing. So check out these two sites if you want also sleeping problems, incidentdatabase.ai and aileaks.dev. They are literally just repositories of all of the horror stories that people have reported across all the models. And if you feel up to it, you can even do something as silly as getting one of the models to parse all of these sites, I think they have APIs, and extract all of the data and then do your own calculation of which are the current models that are the scariest, which are the ones that have the most horror stories. So I built a thing that I'm calling Airlock, and it is a combination container system using Incus, and it's a multiplayer memory management system, as I described earlier. Everything goes into the centralized memory system. I've custom compiled both Claude and Codex to give them what I call dashboard lights, for example. If anybody's done this before, if you're using the subscription for either of these things, you only get like a 5-hour token window to use your tokens. And it's challenging to realize how close to that API burn rate end you get. And so I had Claude Code rewrite its own TUI to give me the dashboard lights of like live updating, like this is your token spend. Because when you get to the end, if you're doing something big and important and you have a massive like 500,000 token context window, and it's not like Microsoft Word, you can't just like save your work and then like hope Word does that. Like if you hit that token window, it's like Memento. You just go back in time 15 minutes, the thing loses its mind, you basically lose all your work. So you need to like do stuff before you reach the end, and having that visibility is important. So using Incus as a base, which I think is really handy and nice because it was written by people that know how computers work. And then I use my custom-tuned harnesses for extra insurance. Like Incus containers become super portable, and you can do things like mounting. Like if you have a bunch of code or a bunch of tooling you want to import into the container, you can mount a directory. And unlike Docker, you don't have to destroy your container every single time you decide to blink at it or make a change. It's just hot plug. It's really, really handy. So pros and cons. You can work on code and missions and projects and stuff without fear of deletion, because in this circumstance, what you're doing is essentially taking the thing that is the LLM that is the most dangerous component of it all, and you're putting it in this little like grenade-proof range, and you don't put your API keys in there, you don't put your environment variables in there, you don't put your development environment in there of anything like it. Literally, you just have like Claude code and an externally mounted directory with your stuff into the container and nothing else. So if the container blows up, it's not going to exfiltrate your entire company's valuable data. It's not going to, you're not going to become PocketDB. It won't delete you in 9 seconds. Like, you need to give these things as little privilege as humanly possible. And so the cons in that circumstance are that if you are letting Claude make commits, which I highly advise against, you have to have a human in between any decision that involves business risk. And so if you make the clanker do the thing, it gives you a bunch of output. It's up to you as the human to look at that output and decide whether you want to like promote it into production. Because 100% of everyone that's had a gigantic meltdown or a gigantic problem, it is because they gave the LLM too much access. Like literally 100% of every single horror story is they called it YOLO mode. You just turn on Claude and you let it do a thing, and you don't authorize every decision it makes. It will talk itself into deleting you, and that seems to keep happening. So like, the solution is just don't let it. Don't give it the knobs and levers and bells and whistles that it wants to do that stuff. Yes, it'll slow you down a little bit, but you'll still be faster than just doing it by hand. There's trade-offs. So TLDR. Continuity, safety, and redundancy come at the cost of velocity and LLM-managed workflows, which basically means there has to be a person. There has to be a human being as a barrier in between whatever comes out of the LLM and whatever goes into production. Right? Claude is the #1 most destructive LLM out there, according to just the horror stories available on the websites that I described earlier. I will say that the news goes so fast that we are having trouble just keeping up with it. Not even like triaging the news, but like literally every single day, like 5,600 repositories popped. Like, it's just, these people never sleep, right? An LLM checking another LLM's work isn't maybe not as great as you might think it is, because if you have a thing that only produces the truth 60% of the time, then having another thing that only produces the truth 60% of the time check the first thing's work, you don't get 120% out of that. You get like maybe 20 if you're lucky. And so like having one LLM check another LLM's work instead of a human being, you're actually getting less accuracy, not more. And so whoever you're paying for tokens is the winner, because you're just paying for tokens, and it's a lot of false positives. If you can have a security choke point, I highly encourage you to. If you're doing something like the Incus architecture that I mentioned earlier, Incus, similar to Docker and other container management technologies, will give you a bridge interface, and you can just TCP dump on that thing. So you can, if you want to test to make sure you have like clean stuff, you light up Incus, you TCP dump that interface, you do whatever you're going to do in that TUI to do the install, and if that thing starts phoning home to China, then you just don't put anything sensitive in it and you burn the container down, and nothing is lost, and you're not in the news, right? And that's the important part. It is possible to use these things effectively, and it is possible to increase your efficacy and your speed when using these tools, but again, you're kind of handling explosives, and you have to be very cautious. And so if you remove the human out of the loop, that tends to be when things explode. So that being said, we are at Q&A. Thank you very much for letting me rant at you for, I've been here, what, an hour? Oh my God.
All right, thanks, man. That was awesome. Do we have any questions in the crowd? We got some people with microphones ready to run around. Do I see a hand somewhere?
Throwing knives is okay. No brain, no pain. That's fine.
Yeah, hi. I was wondering about that. You had a list of which of the AIs was like the worst,
yeah,
or whatever. Does that take into account the usage? Like, because I assume Claude and Anthropic is up there, whereas I guess Alibaba is
Oh, you mean like cost?
maybe in China a lot of users, but
Like
I
per
think,
token cost type stuff?
no, like amount of users, because obviously there's going to be more issues if there's more users.
No, this is literally
Okay.
just
Just to count.
like, so for Claude, for example, this calculus did take into account that like OpenClaw exists almost exclusively for Claude, and all of like the OpenClaw skills and all the malicious skills that are in the skills store. Like, have you heard of Moltbook? Yeah, just go and look at Moltbook, and like that's what we're dealing with. Like 3/4 of everything on Moltbook is some sort of crypto scam. So yeah. Anyone else? Yeah, I know it. I got to play the like loud, dumb American card and just be like, I don't know how to do stuff. Hey, go ahead.
Hello. I was just wondering about the infected packages.
Yeah.
Is there any data on if these worms attack packages that are widely used but basically unmaintained? So I'm thinking, for example, the recently unmaintainable Nginx ingress controller for Kubernetes.
It's kind of all over the board. So far as I can tell, like with the Team PCP attacks and stuff like that, they literally just went for any repository that they could write to. If they could write to the repository and they could insert data into the workflow, that's how they backdoored it. And so I think it was a gigantic spray and pray. I don't think that this was targeted. But it's worth investigating because it's probably worth looking into. Like, there's probably 7,000 or 8,000 repositories that my presentation has covered at a very high level. I have not individually gone through each and every single one to see like how serious each infection was. But they're going for supply chain. And so I can't tell you outwardly if like the Kubernetes supply chain was intentionally targeted for that reason. But they are going after people that use Docker. They're going after people that use Kubernetes. They're going after like if you go and you look at the Shai-Hulud file system endpoints that I mentioned, there's like 220 or 250 file system endpoints they go after. It's all just text files, and they're all like, this is where your API keys live. This is where your authentication goes. This is where log files are. Like, it's just going after like a Linux and Mac file systems for looting data off of a victim and then going after their cloud infrastructure. And it does include Kubernetes infrastructures.
I think that's all we have time for.
Sure, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, man. Awesome, man. Good job. All right, we have about 10 minutes before the next talk, so stretch your legs and then come right back. All right.
Yes. Find your
Please find
seat.
your seats and pipe down. So we're going to get started.
Yes,
and
find
people
your
will be
seats.
filing in throughout, but that's fine. Just as long-
We forgot one thing when we started. Anyone noticed anything weird? We didn't present ourselves, so
yeah, I'm
Who are you?
Johan. That's Jesper,
yeah, and we will be your jesters for this week
right?
or for the rest of the week.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, so that was the only thing we forgot to do. Tell us who the fuck we are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're going to just kick it off with our next speaker. So Jesper, please do the introductions.
Yes, so our next speaker writes malwares and builds automation pipelines for a living, basically, over at Black Hills Information Security. And for fun, he does reverse engineering and finds new ways to ruin every EDR's day, basically. So please help me in welcoming DB.
Check, check. Okay, this thing is on. So, firstly, thank you everyone for showing up, and thank you Security Fest for inviting me here. This is my first time in Sweden, and it's a beautiful place to be. So, let me see if I can get this right. So, today's talk is about VS Code extensions and how we can use extensions, and we'll also see how some attackers have used extensions in the wild to essentially compromise a bunch of stuff, and how we can make it better. Not to give any ideas to the ATPs, but let's get started with this. So before any of that, let me introduce myself. I'm DB. I am a malware developer with BHIS. Previously, I've been in consulting. I've been a researcher for the longest time. I'm also a cat dad, which is one of my more important roles. And when I'm not working, I'm just nerding out on a bunch of stuff. So if any of this is your jam, find me, hit me up, strike up a conversation, say hello. But that done, let's start with a little exercise, right? So in the next slide, I'll have two screenshots from Windsurf. One is a malicious extension, and one is your regular extension downloaded from the store. So can anyone tell which one of these will get a shell on your PC versus which one of these is the legitimate one? A bit difficult, right? You've got the download numbers, you've got this reviews and everything. Let's do one better. This is Windsurf. So just a preface, Live Preview is a Microsoft published extension. So we might think that, okay, Windsurf is not a Microsoft product. Let's check it in VS Code. And if you hover over the little Microsoft blue tick, it says that, hey, this publisher is verified from Microsoft. But again, one of these, not telling which one, because honestly, I've forgotten as well. One of these will get a reverse shell on your PC. One of this is your regular install from your store. So hopefully, by the end of this talk, we'll figure out how we can make this. But just so that we are all on the same page, who here hasn't heard of VS Code? Anyone? Pretty much everybody. I created the slides for this in VS Code. So it's pretty popular, but there are a couple of things which we need to know about VS Code. One is that it's an Electron application. Why is this important? Because whenever we talk, like in the last slides, we talked about running shellcode and stuff, and Electron sandbox imposes certain challenges when it comes to that. For example, ever since Electron 21, if I'm not wrong, the sandbox broke a lot of the FFI stuff which we previously had. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. Second thing is VS Code has a dedicated marketplace. The Microsoft Visual Marketplace for extensions, it's almost exclusive to VS Code and Codium. Thirdly, extensions. One of the reasons why VS Code has been such a good target is because you can expand the functionality of it, unlike a lot of other editors. I mean, you can also expand the functionality of Vim and stuff, but more developers are used to this. And another very important point is, when we are doing malware development, it's very important to stay on the low, right? So usually we try to avoid processes which are important. And VS Code does this thing where it delegates every task to a different process, not a new thread, like which you'd expect with like most software. it delegates a new process. So even if your malware does something sketchy or you bork the process, the developer who is actually using that, they won't feel the effects of it like to an extent, right? So why target VS Code, right? There are a couple of reasons. One, developers and stuff, they have a lot of API keys. They have some really sensitive information, access to prod environments. That's definitely one. Second thing is cross-platform. So if you're targeting developers on Mac, Linux, Windows, you have a dedicated way of attacking them. And finally, this is more Windows-specific. The payloads are run by code.exe themselves, which is a Microsoft signed binary. And anybody who has been in the malware development space or in the EDR space knows that having a Microsoft signed binary run your shellcode or run your malicious stuff, it's one of the most efficient ways of bypassing certain EDR checks. And finally, this was a lesser-known attack vector when we started it, which was 2 or 3 years back. Right now, more people, especially in the wild, have started using it, and we'll see some cases there. So this might just fly below the EDR. Another reason why this talk came up at this point is the rise of AI-powered IDEs, right? For the last couple of years, you have seen Windsurf, we have seen Cursor, more and more developers using these things to write code. Now, at the core of these products, it's still VS Code. They just forked it, slapped an AI on top of it, and hey, new product, new shiny toy. But when you fork VS Code, you also inherit its vulnerabilities, its shortcomings, and stuff like that. But there's another thing. With great AI editors come marketplaces which are not heavily monitored. Why do I say this? If you have used these code editors, you might be familiar with the OpenVSX marketplace. Now, Microsoft being Microsoft, they're like, hey, you can fork our product, you cannot use our store. That's us. You shoo, something like that. But so OpenVSX, they were like, you know what? We are going to create our own dedicated marketplace. Now, why is this important? Microsoft is a big organization. They have lots of money to burn. We have seen their investments in AI, so they have cash, right? So they can employ a lot of people, a lot of more technical stuff to monitor the marketplace. However, OpenVSX does not have as many resources as Microsoft. So often we'll see that malicious extensions, which are pushed on OpenVSX, they go unnoticed for the longest time. They rely a lot on community as well. So this is something which attackers have been using for delivering payloads. But we have been talking about extensions. So before I proceed, I just want to take a little while to explore what exactly an extension looks like beneath the hood. So the file format for extensions is VSIX. And it's a very fancy zip file. That's it. We have the OPC format. And what it does, it takes your code for the extension, zips it up, and it says, hey, this is a shiny new extension. So first, if you unzip an extension, you'll see these files. The first one is a content type XML, which is it maps the MIME types and stuff. Next is some metadata, which is used by VS Code. And this is, finally, you'll see the actual contents which run the extension, right? So whenever you install an extension, these contents are unzipped, and they are stored in this particular folder under your home directory. This is for Linux and Mac. The same translates to Windows as well, under .vscode.extensions. And something to note here is, one, there is an extensions.json file. We'll come back to it later. And then you have all your extensions with their particular version numbers. They are unzipped and stored in there. Now, again, this extensions.json file is really important for us because it has a lot of information about, hey, where does this extension come from? Where is it stored? What kind of properties does it have? So we will return to this. But right now, let's look at some attacks in the wild, or why should we care about VS Code extensions? So these are just 3 attacks. There are plenty more. So I think these are my favorite 3. I have a favorite cyber attack at this point, been in the industry long enough. But the first one is a Solidity extension which stole 500K from a crypto developer. That's too many Lego sets, or maybe one Millennium Falcon one, the dark one, if those of you know, they know. Second is a team PCP in GitHub breach. I was traveling around having the time of my life 2 weeks back, and apparently God hates me. So they also used GitHub extension, so I got to cover that. And there's Glassworm. Glassworm does something really interesting, and that's the technique which we were using, so I think they stole my idea or something. But anyways, before we talk about the 500K stuff, it's very important I introduce this particular extension from a Solidity developer. This is a very popular extension, right? It has been on the marketplace for 10 years. It's used by anybody who's in the blockchain. It essentially helps you out with coding, right? So this is what the attackers used. This is the extension which they published. And we can see, if we go back 2 slides, how similar these two look. Now, yes, there are some visual differences, but think about it from this standpoint. So this is from Cursor and OpenVSX. What the attackers were able to do here is they were able to modify the the search order in such a way that if you typed for Solidity, the malicious extension came first, then came the real one, right? And developers were like, okay, this might be the real one. This seems to be more popular. Install. But let's take a look at the code. So if you take apart the extension code, this is how it looks. Anybody make sense? Neither can. Nope. But. If you zoom in at the very end, you see this particular thing. And anybody who has been in the malware space will be like, hey, wait a minute. PowerShell, Qtion, policy, bypass, that's malware 101. So if we throw this in a beautifier, make it look pretty, we see this is the code. So essentially, they were using VS Code to deliver a second stage payload. We'll not dive into the details of whatever happens after this, but this is what I wanted to point out. And you might think it's over, but no. There's another one, DJ Khaled. They published another extension where they used the oldest type of squatting trick in the book, where I might be butchering the name, so apologies. So the actual extension's author's name is Juan Blanco with a small L. They used a capital I in there once. And they tried to balloon the number to 2 million downloads, but somehow that did not affect the search order. But you can see how similar they look when you're looking at them in Cursor AI, right? So they were persistent. Now you might think that, okay, this is a one-time attack against using Solidity. There are another ones. So these are all the extensions which used a similar format, a similar naming scheme. Like, we have this joke that, hey, here's a drinking game idea, that if you have an extension which mentions Solidity or Juan Blanco, take a shot. And probably by the end of the list, you'll have a fun time. Don't try that. But now let's move on to something more recent. Let's move on to the GitHub breach. So it was a combination of 2 things. It was a supply chain attack plus a GitHub extension breach. So first, Team PCP, they launched a supply chain attack and got one of the tokens of the developers of the NX console GitHub extension. They pushed a commit, an orphaned commit to another repository, JavaScript one. Then they did something. They pushed a version update to the VS Code extension. This is very important because VS Code has a feature called auto update. Whenever you push an extension, and if your auto update is on, it fetches it, it runs it up, it updates it. So 18.94 was all right. They pushed an update with a malicious payload in 18.95, and some GitHub developer had the extension installed. It pulled the update, and boom, bad stuff happened. That took a lot of time to animate. But anyways, just let's take a look for a while at the extension, or like what it does for a bit. Again, they had they had a hash which they were checking. They were like, hey, if this hash does not match, can you create a task like install MCP extension, which is like a real task which you will expect from NX. But the thing is, if you look very carefully here, it was fetching the orphaned commit which they had previously pushed, and that had the next stage payload. Like, it's a big complicated graph, right? They do a lot of things. But the long and short is, for a very brief instant, GitHub became truly open source against their will. So again, we see VS Code being used to deliver malware. Now comes Glassworm. So Glassworm is a malware which had multiple campaigns, and we will cover 2 of them. The first one is where you can see him. So this is the malware source code. You see the big empty block in between? You might think that, hey, wait, that's empty. Where's the malware? That's just enter, enter, when your cat sleeps on your keyboard or something. But if Kung Fu Panda taught us one thing, it's never really empty. There are Unicode characters in there. Poe didn't know the Dragon's Skull had Unicode characters. It just couldn't render it. So this was published by the Koi research group, and they said that this whole chunk, they have Unicode characters which actually encode the payload. And it makes sense, because if you try typing some emojis, like when I was making this, I was like, hey, let me type in some emoji, and VS Code wouldn't render it. So it's very easy to hide Unicode characters in there, extract the malware, and do evil stuff. And there were a bunch of extensions compromised. And as we can see, OpenVSX had lot many, Microsoft had some, but at the end of the day, a compromise is a compromise. But Glassworm wasn't done yet. It was like, you know what? I'm going to come back stronger. So we saw this extension in the wild, and just everybody is familiar with material icon theme. Anybody who has spent time trying to customize Arch Linux knows that we use material icon theme a lot. And they were like, you know what? Icon theme material. It's like they're speaking in Yoda when creating malware, right? And this had something really interesting. This had Glassworm version 2 payloads. Now, what does this payload do? First, it checks whether it's activated or not, so it doesn't run multiple copies of itself. If it is activated, it checks, hey, what platform is this? Am I running on Windows, or am I running on Mac? And apparently, nobody cares about Linux users because they know they don't have a life. So if they are running on Windows, they will be like, hey, let me load this os.node file. What's a node file, though? We'll come back to it very soon. And if they're running on Mac, they are like, hey, let's load darwin.node. Now, node files is something, they are low-level native binaries. And you have to open it up in IDEA to see what it's doing. So let's just recap what we saw in the last couple of minutes. We had JavaScript. We had JavaScript plus PowerShell. We had JavaScript plus Unicode. And finally, we had JavaScript, and we had to force ourselves to open IDEA. And this thing, when you have to open IDEA during a reverse engineering session, you know you're in time for it's going to be hell, right? So the most powerful thing is going native, which Glassworm version 2 did. Why is it more powerful? Because whenever you go native, you can bypass certain restrictions of imposed by Electron, and you can directly interact with OS-level APIs. So let's do that, right? So when we talk about going native, it's one of the reasons or motivations behind going native is that you get to do all the OS level calls. So if you have your sleep mask techniques, you have your ETW patches, and if you want to do something crazy, you can do that, right? And usually, when you talk about extensions, you don't, when you are talking about JavaScript, you don't think about compiled code, right? That's not how usually we think about it. So that also gives you an edge. But the problem was that Electron version 20 did not support FFI. And if you look at the existing FFI libraries, like FFI-RS, which is supported, by the way, they compiled to Node add-ons themselves, like the .node files which we saw. So here was my proposal that, hey, let's cut out the middleman, write our own stuff. And JavaScript does provide the documentation for it. And if you look at the first line of that particular page, it describes node add-ons as dynamically generated shared objects in C++. The required functions can load them, like when we are using JavaScript, we call the required function. And we can use them on add-ons as well to interact with them, right? From this definition, the one thing which I want to highlight is this dynamically linked shared objects. So essentially, node add-ons on Windows are DLLs. On Linux, they are shared objects. That's it. It's just a very fancy DLL which knows how to talk to JavaScript. I don't know how to talk to JavaScript, but apparently they do. Nobody knows how to talk to JavaScript. If they say they do, they're lying. But again, coming back to it, let's see how does this whole thing work, right? So whenever you call the required function, if you look at the source code for the loader, you will see it's mapping some things like say, hey, I have an ID. Why does it map to? Then it checks if this is already loaded or not. But once it sees, OK, this is a .node file, let me call process.dlopen. Process.dlopen tries to call another function called try_load_add_on. Try_load_add_on calls another process called mplaceback. Mplaceback calls a function called dlibopen. dlibopen calls something called uvdlopen. And all of this was to say that it finally calls load library exw. So you take your add-on, it goes through a bunch of JavaScript stuff, and then it finally calls load library exw. For those of you who have been in the Windows malware space, that's how we load a DLL into the existing process. Right, so from there we have the usual kernel32 call, NTDLL calls and stuff. So now it's time to weaponize this. Enter the crab man. So why did we choose Rust? This is a question which I've been getting. The official add-on documentation talks about C++, and I believe as civilized people, we don't touch that. And another main reason about why I personally like to avoid C++ is C++ requires a bunch of setup with this tool called Node.js. You have to write a bunch of configuration files, and it's usually a lot more headache to maintain all that. And Rust provides this thing called a Neon RS package manager. It's a library built alongside with NPM, so it's very easy. We'll see that in a couple of seconds. And Rust is just better. I can't help that, sorry. But let's see how easy it is to write an add-on using Rust. It's just this. You use npm to initialize a repository. npm creates a repository tree with your usual Rust configuration. And it has a very simple hello world. So the only difference with a traditional Rust program is where we have main. Here we have certain functions which we want to export like a DLL does, and we have to mark it that, hey, this with Neon export, that, hey, this is a function which is exported to JavaScript, and Rust handles the FFI and everything. And if you look at the contents of package.json, this is really important. One is the main index.node. So it's like specifying the -o flag to GCC. Hey, what do you want the output to be called? Right. We have the build steps, and we can see the first build is done using cargo. And we have the npm build stuff, where npm takes that stuff, does its thing to make it compatible with JavaScript. And using add-ons is really simple. You just npm install, npm run build, and you can just call them from your Node application. That's it. That's pretty simple. Trust me, I tried with C++. It's not that simple. So now let's put this in a demo extension and try to see how it works. So we install the required dependencies. We use Microsoft's official code generator to create a demo extension. And this is how it looks. It's pretty simple. You have an extension in JS. Now this is the important part, the package.json. The first thing we need to see is the name. This will come in important later. We have the version. We have the engine, which is the minimum version of VS Code which is supported. Activation events. Activation events are something important. How do you trigger an extension? There are a couple of ways. The first way is you call the command itself. every extension comes with certain commands. You call that, it triggers it. Second are activation events. They are like, whenever, let's say you want to open a certain kind of file, or there are events which trigger a callback and like, hey, this is a Rust file, let me call the LSP server for Rust, or something like that. So it's that sort of stuff. Now this is the main file where the extension commands, like the extension code is there. It's the entry point per se. And this is the command which is registered. Now looking at the source code for the demo extension.js, it's nothing. It has two main functions which we need to take care of. One is the activate function, which is like your main function. This is what is called whenever an extension is triggered. We have the deactivate function when you want the extension to clean up or something like that. And then you just export it. That's how it is. So if we replace our demo Hello World add-on with some, let's say we are running some x64 shellcode on here. This is the most classical shellcode execution code right here. And you update the extension.js within the extension itself to include your node add-on and call the function which is called running the shellcode, and you package everything together in a nice little extension and you install it, you should have a shellcode execution. You get your very nice little hello world message box pop-up. But no developer would install this, hopefully, please. So we need to make it believable that, hey, this is something you need. So the first method is the simplest method, where we yoink the extension code from the open source repositories and stuff. So we will be targeting the same live server Microsoft extension which we saw. It's pretty simple. What we do is we have our malicious add-on. We clone the repository. We put our add-on inside it. And then we need to take care of a few things. Essentially, we need to take care of Webpack, because Webpack, it minifies JavaScript. It bundles everything together, and we don't want Webpack to interfere with our node add-on. So we just replace our usual required function with non-Webpack required, which just says that, hey, don't touch it. It's all right. I know the guy. That add-on is nice. And then if you have the copy plugin, you just need to update it to add these two lines that, hey, do not touch this file. It is what it is. It's perfect the way it is. So you put everything together, and if you look at the activate function for the live preview Microsoft extension, the only change we need to do here is we need to add these 4 lines, where we just declare some stuff. We then, instead of requiring it, which we are usually doing, we use the non-Webpack require, and then we call it as usual, right? And now, if we package this extension and we install it, we get this. This is a malicious extension. So if we trigger this particular extension, which happens whenever a developer is trying to live preview a HTML file, we'll get a little Cobalt Strike callback, while still maintaining the official Microsoft blue tick of trust, right? So that's scary. But this technique has a few shortcomings. The first thing is, the most important thing is, it still has an IOC. First of all, I don't think anybody here has installed an extension from a VSIX file themselves, right? I think that's a major IOC. Nobody has been in a conversation be like, hey, I installed this VSIX file. You should try that. Nope, doesn't happen. Right. Another thing is the source code does need to be available for this, which is in the case of most extensions, but we are not going to make that assumption. And third is, right at the little corner, it says that, hey, this thing is installed from a VSIX file. So we'll tackle these questions one at a time, starting with what happens when you don't have a source code. So what do we do when we don't have the access to the source code? Let's see that with an example. So this is another extension, does similar things. It is technically also open source, but we don't want to violate any licenses by reverse engineering proprietary products on stage. So that sounds like a disaster. So Microsoft makes these extensions available through an API request. You can call it, save it to disk. Once you have your extension, you can just extract the VSIX, you can unzip it, you can clean up, and you have the extension code. It might be minified code. It doesn't always have to be the source code, but you will have something. And once you have this, what you can do is you can just copy the same malicious payload which you made into the directory. You can update the activate function, put your stuff in there, and then nicely repackage it with a VSIX like you can zip it again, rename it to a VSIX, and install it using code. And once you do that, you get, again, shellcode execution. Now let's talk about the next thing. How do we make it, like, we get rid of more stuff? And this is a technique which we call fake it till you make it, using that in the industry for a couple of years now. So before that, there is a couple of questions which I want to ask myself. That is, when we are looking at the source code of this particular project, or like any VS Code extension, I did not find any stats. Like, hey, Visual Studio shows you a bunch of stats, the stars, download counts, blah, blah, blah. Where is it getting it from? It was not in the source files. Where is it getting it from? And we saw the IOC where it says it was installed from a VSIX. How is Visual Studio Code determining that? So turns out, if you look at the source code, it has a class which has a bunch of functions, which makes a bunch of API requests, it gets the data, blah, blah, blah. Too much jargon. Let's see that in action. Very simple. Remember we talked about the extensions.json file, which is in the home of the extension folder? Let's take a look at its contents, right? We installed the VS Code Live server, and now let's just take a look. First thing is the identifier. The identifier is made out of two parts. The first part is the publisher, which is MS VS Code. Second part is the .live server, the name of the extension. It has the version information. It has a path to where the extension is stored on disk. And it has a source. It says gallery. Whenever the source is gallery, it means it's installed from the marketplace, right? So let's see what the API request is. And whenever you load an extension, VS Code makes this API request and stuff. But the thing to note here is, this is the only parameter which it sends. No signatures, nothing. It just takes the ID from the previous step. Right, that's it. And if you look at the response, it might be a bit hard to follow. I didn't. OK, so the response to this particular API request, where we just need to control the ID parameter, is a bunch of information about the extension itself. The one to note here is domain verified true? I'm assuming this is the one due to which we get the blue tick of approval. We have the extension name, the display name. We have the version information. We have a bunch of flags which might be useful. We have asset URIs. We have the stats. So this is where they are getting the stats from, right? So let's install a demo extension and check how does the extension.json look. Right, we just create a demo extension, does nothing, and we just examine the extensions.json again. We see that for our extension, which is the most run out of the box extension, it has the identifier as undefined publisher.demo extension. So naturally, when the API makes a request with this ID, it doesn't get back anything. And it says right at the end, the source is VSIX. So at this point, the question is, if we control the environment in any way, can we not just update these parameters ourselves in extensions.json? Let's say I put a normal dummy extension, and then what it does, it makes some changes to extensions.json and says that, hey, my ID isn't unpublished dot anything. My ID is msvscode.live server. I can just say who I am. So that's what we do. We write a little JavaScript, unfortunately. Nobody should do that. Where we import some stuff. We write a function which updates the extension. These are targets. We want to pretend that we are Microsoft's live server. We read our package.json. We get the inputs we want. We also read the unmodified extensions.json and get the inputs we want. And then we make the API request with the ID. We read the response, update the fields. and finally, we write our extension, like we update the file paths and update the extensions of JSON. So let's see a demo. Oops. Oh, it's okay. So here is the extension stuff. And we packaged it up. We installed our demo extension, which is ugly. If you go there, we see this, and they're like, hey, this is a bad extension. And the source still says it's a VSIX one. It runs, and what we did right now, we ran the demo extension, and it updated the extensions.json file. So while this is me fumbling to find the right keys. And if we make this full screen, please. Now it reads as live preview. You can also update the README and a bunch of stuff. This is not the best OPSEC, but you get the idea. You can just close. So now what you can do is you can just pretend that, hey, this is live preview. But there's so many more ideas with this, right? You can definitely spoof extensions. What you can do is you can write some better code, and you can maybe drop your payloads right. Let's say there is a Claude Code extensions installed in multiple PCs of multiple developers. You can just insert it there. You can also have a non-malicious extension published, and then when you want to maybe run a test on something, you auto-update it with some code like we see in the wild. So the possibilities are limitless. These are just few examples which I brought up. So how do you detect this? First, obviously, be aware of typo squatting attacks, mismatching names and stuff. A very big IOC is loading a .node file because you don't usually find .node files in the wild, especially not in an extension. Again, installing directly from VSIX files is also a red flag. And every detections which you would apply to a normal DLL, they would also apply here. Because again, these are DLLs by nature. You can prevent these by restricting certain command line flags to load them from disk. You can do a signature check that, hey, is this extension has been modified in some way or not? You can have, as an organization, have a well-audited list of extensions, and finally maintain a software bill of material so that you know what things are running on your system. Right. But what are the future plans with this? This technique does not end here. If anything, we have seen more extension stuff coming out in the recent years with other software. Right. MCP servers are coming out. Like Claude desktop apps, they follow a very similar structure to VSIX files. So what you can do is you can maybe take some components of this particular thing, especially with the add-on stuff. You can slap it on top of a VSIX file and then distribute it to gain initial access in environments where you have certain whitelisting and stuff. Because with AI coming in so hot, a lot of organizations, which I've seen in my professional experience, they whitelist AI. They're like, OK, Claude is doing things, don't look at it. So that's a really interesting attack vector which I would love to talk about or explore and stuff. And you can put it in an MCP server and just profit and, yeah, just get your shells. But that's it. That's the end of my talk. Thank you, everyone, for attending. And, yeah, do check us out.
Woohoo! Woo! Nice.
All right.
Thank you, DB.
Thank you so much.
Any questions?
We've got a mic.
Why are
And
you
Jesper
so
with a mic.
afraid? I have a mic. Questions?
Any hands?
No?
All right.
This is what I talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Be ready for the
Oh,
score.
we got one over here.
We did? One brave soul. Can we do can you help me? Thanks. Or maybe I didn't put it on.
And then pass it back when you asked.
I was wondering, have you looked at the security implications or boundaries between the extensions that you can run in a dev container versus in the main VS Code process?
See, the dev containers of Electron, right? Like, VS Code is an Electron app. So previously, we used to do that, but when you talk about containers, they restrict your access to OS level APIs and stuff. This is what actually happened in Electron 21 and stuff. Before Electron 21, it was FFI. You can run things willy-nilly. But so we had that. We did that before Electron started doing stuff. But if you look at it right now, if you want to work with pure JavaScript, you cannot do that anymore. If you cannot get access to OS level APIs from JavaScript, you have to use an add-on. I forgot the name of the exact FFI library which JavaScript was using. That doesn't work whenever you try to package it in Electron. So whatever works, for example, FFI-RS is one thing which works when you're talking about FFI. You might be thinking that, OK, this is JavaScript code. But if you take it apart, it is, again, an add-on. So at that point, it's like, as malware developers, it's very important to have low-level access of stuff to do API things. So I think instead of taking the long way where you write JavaScript code, which compiles into Node, which does your stuff, directly write a Node file. And also, like, another reason why we prefer Rust here is, if you look at existing tradecraft, if you look at the things which, for example, Malware Academy produces and stuff, a lot of those POCs are already in Rust. Right, so it's very easy. It's easier to translate them into working proof of concepts, which you can ship out during your engagements, instead of going the JavaScript way.
Okay.
I think that's all we have time for. Thank you again so much.
Hey, we made it on time.
Yeah, perfect. Beautiful. We've got roughly 15 minutes until the next talk, so stretch your legs, do your things. You know the drill. Thank you.
Find your seats. Come on. It's time. Find your seats. Come on. Find your seats. They are pretty short. You're not on.
Now?
Yes,
yeah.
you are on.
I always forget. I turn it off to save batteries, and then I forget it's off. But then my voice carries so well
Is
anyway.
it on? Okay, find your seats, please. Oh, wow. I got a little dizzy there.
I'm going to wait.
What?
I'm going to wait.
You're gonna wait, yeah. I'm not waiting for anyone. World dominance. Come on, find your seats.
Imagine waking
Get
up
in here.
and speaking like this. Pretty cool.
You are going to pass out.
Now it's wearing off. Sad.
No.
Fun, brief fun.
We're using
What?
up all the world's helium.
Yeah. But it was nice.
The two of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
We can dive deep now.
Let's see how this works.
Yes, sir.
I could actually do the whole con like this.
Yeah. It sort of fits your stature. Woo. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that-
it's a little bit dizzy, right?
It's a little bit
Yeah.
dizzy.
Don't do this, kids. Welcome to Security Fest, where random things just happen.
Yes.
But the next talk is not very random, is it?
No.
Hopefully not.
Just before you do the introductions,
Yep.
After this talk, we are going to break for lunch. You can see that in the schedule. We've talked about it before. We're going to just remind you again, instead of staying for coffee at your lunch venue, please come back up here and have some coffee with everyone.
Yeah. Anyone who is really afraid and scared and feels lonely and left out in terms with how to use your food stamps, please raise your hand.
They all have figured it out.
This guy is a little bit hesitant. We
Yeah.
have 2 chaperones that will like sort of carry you on a throne to your lunch and sort of feed you. The whole,
Be all
whole
right.
Roman situation. I'm not sure how it works. Well,
Do you want to do it?
oh, you can do it. Yeah,
can
go
do it.
ahead, sir.
All right.
I'm moving over here and just look pretty.
Should I do with this? No, that's not. All right, so our next 2 speakers sitting right in front of me right now, they come straight out of cloud native and Kubernetes world. Kubernetes got some shit already, so let's see how that works out for this talk. They're both champions of a security-first culture in DevOps, and between them, they've mentored thousands of engineers. Today, they're turning one of Kubernetes' most trusted components against itself, weaponizing mutating admission webhooks into a stealthy path to total cluster control. So please welcome to the stage Hashita Verma and Nikita Verma. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. It seems to be a good morning. Okay, let's start with it. So today we are starting with abusing, mutating admission webhooks for the stealthy cluster dominance. Yeah. So, how many of you are aware about Kubernetes? Most of you, right? And how many of you, I would say, depend 100%, like trust on your GitOps pipeline? Like it's working perfectly. There is no mistakes, there is no blind spot in it. Like if the success message comes out, it means it's working fine, you can trust it. No one? Cool, then it's good. Okay, so our talk is about Kubernetes only, right? So there's a specific type of webhooks, right? That is mutating admission webhook. We're gonna talk about it, like how it works, what's doing, and where's the blind spot. Cool? Sure.
So before we start, it's just a quick introduction. So I'm Nikita, and she's Harshita.
Hello.
We are for the first time in Sweden, and the weather is so amazing out there. And we are Kubernetes cloud native researchers, basically, for past few years. And for the same reason, we are here, into admission webhooks. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Okay, so everybody knows like how the basic initial components of cybersecurity goes in. We'll start like what is the initial access.
So first is like the API server. Maybe a developer or DevOps engineer just hit any deployment button, it straight away goes to the API server, and then it comes to the mutating webhooks.
Right. So when it comes to mutating webhooks, then what it does is basically, in general, whatever your packages are, it will just unbundle it. It will check whether it's fine or not. If something missing, let's say, any file, general file or something misses, it will put it on and move forward with that, right? Then the validator will validate it, and we are good to go. We'll just launch it.
So there's an illusion, like what it should look like and what it actually looks like. So on the right side, there's the expectation of the Git, like what it should look like, your deployment YAML. It should be clean, it should be beautiful, audited, and what is exactly a developer may be written. But on the right side, on the left, there is
the reality cluster. This is what is actually running. But for you, it might feel like you sent this one, it's clean, it's perfect, it's good, basically, right? But someone came into the picture, let's say a hacker, and hacks your cluster and put something malicious software in it, okay? Any image, let's say anything, right? Malicious something. So this one is actually running, but what you feels like, as you send this, it's running and successful. But how this happened, right? You send this, and something goes in, and it became this. And you are not even aware of it, that it's going on, okay? So we're gonna discuss about that. Sure.
So Kubernetes is basically a giant lies. It is an API lie. And the gap is like what you wrote and what actually ran into the development is totally different things, just we saw in the last slide. So the API request and what Etsid writes to the, and what Etsid writes actually to the deployment is different. What we are weaponizing is the gap between the both of them. Both of them are not similar, and between both of them, there's happened something very malicious, very weird thing that has changed our intentions, what we wanted. And what is our goal? So our goal is?
Yeah, basically identifying the gap, where this gap is happening, and what can we do to prevent it. So you can think like you're riding a horse, but in reality, someone is just banging 2 coconuts behind you. So you feel like that you are riding a horse. Cool. So that banging the coconuts is this mutating admission webhook. This is our culprit. This is something which is doing wrong, okay? But we'll discuss about it more, right? How it is doing, what it's doing, and what we can do, right? So to prevent it. So actually, mutating admission webhooks is, as I told you, is someone who can go into your package, check it, mutate it, basically, change something, and can create a bundle and send before, right? So this is one who is fully abusable, right? And sure. So first, authentication.
So let us start with general development process. Like one of the developers just hit the development, send it to the deployment board, and we goes for the authentication and authorizing all the incoming requests. But what after authentication? It should straight away go to the admission controls of the Kubernetes. What happens in the admission control?
In admission control, we have this mutated admission. So it's work to check, it's work to verify that's working properly, and send it to schema validation. But before this, there is no checker. This is the main checker, okay, of the, let's say there's a club and there's a bouncer. So the bouncer will check your IDs, right? So that bouncer is this one. But this bouncer has a special feature that it can change. So let's say you're wearing a jacket and you're going into the club, and they can change your jacket. They can change your ID. This special type of power, this particular bouncer has. Okay, so after this mutating admission, we have schema validation, right? In schema validation, just check like the API schema is perfect, it's perfect, fine, ensure the resources that you have and all, right? After schema validation, we have Etsid storage, right? The database, cool? Where you're gonna write finally, and there are different, you might say, there are different tools are available in the market to check. related to security, that something is going on and right? So from where they're gonna check it, recheck it basically, from headset storage, okay? Please keep that in mind, sure. And after that, validating admission will happen. That will just validate. It will allow or deny something is going wrong or right. So it's responsibility of the admission, sorry, my bad. Validating admission, right?
But did you find the catch? We are already validating something which we have mutated in the first stage. So we are validating a wrong thing and just putting a clear stamp on it, that it is fine. But it actually contains something malicious, which is not our intentions.
Cool. So this kind of message will come into the picture after that. So mutating admission files before validating admissions, the same thing which she was explaining before. Your security policies, like Giver, no OPA, only evaluate the payload, right, after the attacker has already rewritten it. So something like that, let's say you are playing a game and you change the rules even before the referee comes in the game, right? So it's like your rules, your game, and nobody knows about it, like what's gonna happen. So if you ask referee, he will say, I just played according to the rules, and he's right on his plays, right? But in actually, the rules itself are wrong, so nobody gonna catch it. So this kind of things are happening, and you can say nobody's gonna catch the current tools. They are not gonna catch. Why not? We will show you. So this is, these are the two different kind of controllers which I talked about before. One is mutating, one is validating.
So mutating is just the interceptor that intercepts your API request, and then everything goes wrong. And the other one is validating. That is just the auditor. That's just like a typical bureaucrat stamping a clear on your paper that it's all fine to go. Next.
So how it works. So fires first, intercepts the request before the schema validation, and operates on the raw and unvalidated payload. Okay? So let's say this is a raw payload. Your developer sends a new payload, and that has to be, you can say, checked by this mutator admission webhook. But it is designed in a way like whatever the you can say rules are defined in it, it will work according to that. So here, in general, everyone assumes that the rules are correct and it's working in a proper way, as it should be, okay? Second, it's rewrites and flyer. So before validation, before anything has to be happen, it's just apply the JSON patch operations if it needs to be done. Then it can do anything like add, remove, replace, whatever it want to do. It has all the access to do it. And after rewrite, silent by design. So it's just the forwards, whatever the payload, final payload after creation, we'll just send it, okay, without altering the user. Cool? So the user will be the same. Rules might be changed or not, that depends. But whatever it is, it will just send forward. And there is no one there to check whether it's correct, whatever it did or not, okay? So, so basically, the user send the package, let's say, it will patch something, and the difference is invisible to you or the developer who is sending it over, right? So, yeah, hope you are getting it. Cool. So, basically, as I'm saying, this mutation admission webhook is the one where the attacker attacks. Why? Because in general, in our GitOps pipeline, if we see, in the raw phase, first phase, there are 3 phases of it, okay? First phase, we check like there are Git repos, there are multiple things, and for that, multiple tools are available. Like, let's say if I'm a hacker, I want to hack it, something, if you are pushing into it. So at that time, your firewalls comes into a picture, and it will just move me out, right? So there are multiple tools, and they will call out, OK, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Then the final layer is also there, the outcome there, right? So in outcome, if something goes suspicious, something, there are tools, there are n number of things which will tell you this is wrong, this is not as it's supposed to be. But if something happens between, that is our black spot. That is this attack surface, I would say, where the attacker can attack and you will not notify it. Okay? Even it can attack in a way that mechanism, it seems to be absolutely normal. You will feel like it's deploying, it's working in a way as it should be, but it won't. Something else is happening. Okay? So what is happening? Like admission, validating admission. So the auditor.
Okay, so as we, like in the previous slide, we read about the mutating webhook. There's the another webhook of validating, like we're just simple. We have a paper, we are a bureaucrat. Simply we are stamping it right. The policies written are wrong. We are not reading it. We are just stamping it right and moving it forward. So that's what. The outcome is basically a binary outcome, whether it is validated or not. And we are comparing against the policy, which itself is rewritten by a malware. So next we go for, why is this happening? Why is this mutating webhook existing?
So there are two types of admissions. One is who can change, who can modify. Second one is just say yes or no. It's working fine or not. Okay, you give them rules. It's A means A, B means B. It won't change anything. But the first one, the mutating one, can change if it feels. Okay, so yeah. But you might be thinking, if it's that bad, why we are having it, right? So basically, when Kubernetes invented this, this is not a bug. This was a very brilliant feature at that point of time. Okay, so we all know Kubernetes or any code is just a code. It doesn't have any special powers, so it will know what your intention is, whether it's bad or good, right? It doesn't know about, it doesn't care at all, right? So when we invented, like we means Kubernetes community, invented this kind of things, so it was a feature. What it was doing is, let's say, you might have heard Istio, Linker, Datadog, HashiCorp Vault. All of these are using it to basically send a sidecar with your business logic in the packages, right, when you send it. And as we are engineers, right, we are very lazy. So every time we don't want to write 1,000 lines of codes of YAML, right, the same code. We don't want to do that. If that can be automated, we would like to automate, right? So this was the, you can say, the intention behind when we developed it. So this admission webhook is used to push the same files, right? Same type of files multiple times on each, let's say, ingestion. You are sending some files, sending some payloads, initiating it. At that point of time, you have a pack of code. You are just writing it again and again and again on each package, okay? But why? Because we don't want to write multiple times. We don't want, I'm going to write 1,000 lines there, 1,000 lines there, on each ingestion. Okay, so these basically, you can say, currently merchants, or you can say currently options are available, which are using their solution, creating the solution related to this mutation admission webhook only. They are sending a sidecar with the business logic in order to make it happen very easily, in an automation, we will say, automated way. But when trusted tools use this mechanism, it's invisible infrastructure. Okay, so it is designed in this way. They're going to change it, but it's not visible to the user. Because user has, you can say, access to the input and to the output, correct? If output goes wrong, you have access on it. If input, you can change. But what's happening in the mechanism, which is invisible to you, you don't know what is going on there. How many clusters are there, what nodes are there, where your, you can say, application is running itself, right? You're just going to have information from the Kubernetes control plane that it's running, that it's happening there, and this is the output of that. But between, you don't know, right? So that is what I'm talking about here, this invisible infrastructure. That is invisible to you, right? You don't have access over it. And there itself, this problem is occurring from, right? When attackers do is persistent. So it's invisible infrastructure, but attackers can make best use out of it, right? Sure.
Maybe we can say worst use.
Good for them.
Next. So We have the mathematical flaw. That is the inject proxy is granted everything.
Right. So let's say I'm a hacker and I hacked your this mutation admission API or admission webhook, my bad. So if I do something like this, if I have the access, if I do something like this, what does it mean? It means your inject proxy is true and your inject rootkit is also true. Means I can send whatever I want to do. I can send malicious software, I can send malicious images, anything what I want to do. I have the control over your complete enterprise. You can say complete data hack I have. And it's very easy to use that because it's invisible to you. It's very easy to hack. We're going to talk about that, how a hacker can hack this and how we can prevent this too. Sure. So this is our complete pipeline. With this, we can understand it better.
So the user goes in, the request is sent to the root and then to a load balancer. And after 3, basic ingress. From there, it should directly go to your Istio gateway. But where is it going? There is an envoy proxy which is invisible to the user. But actually, it is there. So after that, it goes to the KH server. Typically, your pods are running. But that envoy proxy, that should not be there. But it is still there. So
you can say, so this is the complete pipeline of mutation webhook as it should work, we can say, right? As we are talking about Investigo, right? Istio, my bad, right? So let's say they are something NV proxy, which is for good. Let's say it's doing something good. It's for good cause. And we are placing it with every business logic in every pod using this mutation admission webhook. So it have a rules, like let's say as soon as you are getting a new pod, whatever the business logic is, just put this proxy also in it. That's all. That's his business. And even it's invisible to you also. As a user, you don't know this something like this is going to happen to you. Okay? So it's just you receive it, you put it, and you send it again, right? So different with each pod, you're going to have a proxy, and it's for good cause. But as I already told you, Kubernetes doesn't know, or you can say Kubernetes plane, right, control plane, doesn't know whether it's happening for good or bad. So instead of good code, if I send something like the malicious code, which I've shown you before, then it will do, okay? It won't say, I'm not going to do this because it's wrong and it's right and something like this. Not going to say. It will just do it, right? So this is actually the pipeline which I want to show. It's work in this way, okay? And we can change, modify. The hacker can modify this according to there. So the mechanism would be same, but outcome will be totally different, right? Yeah. So this is the basically reverse shell. So runs on a target machine, right? So how you can think is our firewalls and everything works in a way. It will checks whatever comes in, right? So all the, you can say, security checks and all depends on what comes in, not what's going out of the network. Am I right? Yeah. So hackers are using the same way to hack it. So when it's going out, the reverse, you can say, shell runs on that field only. So it's the webhook is sending back all the data when it's going back. Yeah, cool, fine. You can move. Yeah, so
we are basically pointing out the blind spot. That is the middle layer. Initially, we are capped with the world of Git, where everything is cool, open, transparent, workflows are looking amazing. There's no fault in anything. And down is the world of nodes, where you can see the configuration of your each Kubernetes node which is deployed. And like kubelets is running, containers are all good, runtime checks are all good. But the Kubernetes control plane, here is where our admission webhooks are injecting something malicious, which should not be done, obviously. So next is,
yeah, so these are some, you can say, outcomes of it. So unseen interventions, you are not aware, but there will be interventions in between. So it's operate here, that's between plane, which you have seen, the second layer of it. It will operates there, and basically it will change it, right? So first is unseen interventions will be there. Second is shadow configurations. So whatever your configuration is, it can shadow it, it can change anything, right? Changes injected the webhooks in this zone. And it changes in the way it will not reflected. You won't receive any message or anything. It won't reflect it to you. It's not visible to you, right? And the security risk. So there is a lack in transparency, right? That's something changing and all. So because of that, the security at risk. Because this is the blind spot for our security, and auditing and you can say incident response is there. So as you are not aware of this, then how can you action against it, right? So this is one point. Second, this is the way in which you can say hacker hacks this mutating admission webhook, right? How they're gonna do it? So as I told you, this is very easy and persistent way, right? So easy for the hacker, and it works in a way that it helps them, the hacker only. As soon as you try to delete that pod, let's say you, anyhow you find that this is a malicious pod in which something wrong is there, and you want to delete it, okay? So you deleted that. But this hack, because this mutation admission webhooks work in this way, let's say your agent is there inside the, you can say, infrastructure. You place your agent in such a way that it's gonna change every time, okay? So we will talk about it like in detail later. But so to have the access of that agent, let's say talk about that there, that key is there. So to access that key is very, it's not tough as much as it's tough to hack the first layer and the last layer, I would say. It's very easy. So there's just one key through which we can change this mutation admission webhook rules, okay? So everything, it works according to the rules only. If you can change the rules, you can change the complete story. If you know this blind spot is there, right? So if hacker gets this key, let's say they hack this key, they hack your complete database, okay? Sure. So one second. I'm gonna, I'll explain this, what is this? So this API groups and resources, you can say, access is there. These are the rules. In this way, it's written over there, right? So it has the create, update, and patch verb. That's make it different from the normal admission webhook, right? So next. Yeah. So this is the building the weapon. Okay. I hope you might have seen the Kubernetes logs and all, right? So this is one of them. You can think about it. And these are very boring logs, I would say. It's not interesting like it will highlight or something. It will, if something bad is happening, so you might catch by good or bad logs, I would say. In good logs, you catch it easily if something goes wrong, if something is different, malicious or not. But in bad logs, what is it? Like, you won't able to find. It's very hard to catch. Something is different. So it might looks like a normal log to you. But there is very, you can say, important thing is hidden in it. So if you are able to find the URL in the middle block, where the name is internet pod mutator example, I just created an example. So this URL, you can say kube DNS helper and systems mutate, and the bundle, right? It's base 64, you can say this code is there, and it's placed in a way that it looks normal, but it is not normal. This is the way the hacker is hacking and mutating your rules, okay? So, and if you go to rules, just below it, so operations create, API groups are not, API versions are not, and resources pods. Means every pod, it's gonna create this, whatever the webhook you are, like the rules, above the rules, the client config is written on it, right? So in this way, they created, let's say they got access of the key, then they create this kind of webhook, and it's look very normal, that it's nothing goes wrong. If you have seen the Kubernetes other logs, it's very normal to them, right? But this complete picture changes the complete outcome over there. Please change. Yeah. So you can say original request is this one, and webhook response is this. Okay. After doing that, so for me it happens, or for others also. So let's say it's a Friday evening. Okay. Something comes into the picture. You are seeing these kind of logs or error or something, and you want to go out, right? You want to finish your time. It's already up. So you will just handle everything to, like in general, Kubernetes control plane that it will handle by itself, right? So when it handles, and you are not basically monitoring it properly, right? Properly means actively and 100% time, giving time. You go out. And that time, what might happen, let's say you get this kind of response, the control plane, right? So here, if you see this base 64, some code is there in the last, right? And response is there, allowed true, and this is a JSON page. But as I told you that Kubernetes control plane is not intelligent enough that if a human might be seeing this, they might thought like other pods are running properly without this. Why I need to put a new patch, basically the 64 patch, the complete big patch in it in order to make it run. If you are checking it normally, you might think, correct? But Kubernetes control plane is not thinking. It's like you get response, you have a lot of works to do, so you just see, okay, I need to do this, these are the rules, I'm gonna follow this. So something like this response is coming to it, and it's true. You can say allowed patch is JSON patch, and it's gonna make changes according to these rules on every new pod. Means you make it here true, right? So each pod will be malicious from now on, whatever the new one is created. Yeah, you want to? Sure. So this is the interception. This, like, say, name, ghost proxy you create, the image you created over there, right? And it's it. So it's just an example. Just I want to show you how it's gonna do this. Next. Yeah.
So your API server doesn't care. Okay, there is simply API server stamping is going on, simply approved or not approved. You have a brilliant data flow going on. Your etc vault storage is also it is mutated specifications, but it is assuming it is the truth. Then there is the malicious JSON patch, the base 64, which she discussed previously, where the webhook returns the altered pod specifications. Then we have the phantom workload, where the original specifications looks like this, and the actual pod state, which is mutated, is somewhat on the left side. Then we have a CI/CD blind spot, which she's gonna.
So I think most of you will be very aware of this kind of pipeline, right? This is the normal pipeline which you see. You have multiple, you can say, people or multiple things to check on the first end, right? What is my GitHub repo, how it's working, it's not bad, someone is not hacking it, and everything, right? If something happens, there are 10 tools to hide it, to loud it out. Oh, this is wrong, something like this. Same on the output side also, if you see, there's Argo, there is output, like what is expected and what it should be. There are also, right? So let's say you ask something, you're getting it, it's running fine, and if something goes wrong there, let's say 400 error, 10 tools, out, something wrong, and like this, right? So we have this. And in general, this is our CI/CD pipeline, right? And if this is working fine, as I told you in starting, you might believe everything goes good, everything goes wrong. Nothing is wrong in there. But in our talk, as we told you, rules have been changed in starting itself. Means if, in end, you are getting it proper, the end user also. Still, there is something wrong in between. Rules have been changed before the game has started. Something like that. So even if you are doing all these things, still there is something wrong. Still there is malicious software there in your pod, and you are not aware of it. Any tool's not gonna work for you, because they're gonna check from your etset server, right? Etset database, which I told you, in which we write after validating, okay? So
Next is our reconciliation loop, which is like the most.
this is, you can say, the cherry on the top for the hackers, okay? So she gonna explain.
Okay, so basically there is something wrong in your configuration. You get a very like weird output. You are not expecting that. So what next? Your SOC will simply go, all good to go. It deletes the suspicious pod which had some configurations which has malware. Okay, so after that what it happens? It replicates the state and request for a new pod. It demands etset to send the new configuration for recreating the same pod it has deleted. But what in the center? In the middle layer, we already have the configurations are confined in such a way whichever request will pass through it, it will be malicious. So the SOC which deletes the pod for the good is basically helping the hacker to update the malicious software. It was meant to delete it, but it is helping it. So it's like your malicious software, which was supposed to be deleted, is now upgraded to a new version. And the defense mechanism is running and killing its own defense.
So it's like upgradation of the malware.
Next is the cluster dominance.
Yeah, so what do you mean by cluster dominance? Like, you're dominating the cluster. You have dominance. You can do whatever you want to do over the cluster, right? And here, in this scenario, definitely the hacker is dominating the cluster, correct? Because you might delete it, but again it will come with a newer version, better version of it, right? So, any doubt? Yeah. So it's like for hacker, they need not to run an active strip and need not to send every time the malware. Your agent is already there, they will do it. And then they have automated this kind of thing, you can say, hacking automation kind of thing they have done, right? So we can check these things. So persistent is achieved, right? API server is completely compromised. And Git repo, useless in this thing, right, we can say. And incident response is blind. You will never gonna know like something like this happening. You'll feel it's good, but it's not. Yeah, so this is the detection phase. So I think I've ruined your coffee maybe. After telling this, like you have spent millions for the tools to know something is going wrong and all, but it's not working at all, right? So I'm not gonna say just like it will be in this. So there are a few, you can say detection and prevention for this, right? How are you gonna know something like this is happening actually? So let's say, by the way, prevention is better than cure. So we should cure it for the first time, like something like should not happen. But it already, let's say, happened to you. How are you going to know? So first thing is always check your kubectl logs. If there is anything like changes might be related to create, update, mutate, and mutation configuration, basically. If you see something, so for this, you have to be actively checking that, right? The logs. So if you find something like that, you should be aware of it. Something is going to be there, if that is not normal. And that is detection phase. For the curation phase, we have other side. Yeah, so revoking the keys. So this is, you can say, the flaw, and this is the fix for this, right? So API groups resources are this. But the fix can be this, like the verbs get list what, something like this you can put in verbs in order to check it actively, right? This will basically remove all those if we are changing the mutating webhooks configs, right? So you're gonna know from this one. Yeah, and these are the immutable policies. So like zero trust runtime and all, like you can go with this specific prevention in order to solve this, basically, issue. Yeah, and I think we are on the end of our slide. So from today talk, we can say, like, if you get anything, if you want to take away from you. So these are the 3 things which you can take away from our slide. So first of all, do not trust blindly the control plane because it doesn't have the instinct what is good and what is bad. you have to be very, very aware about this. As much as you are spending on the first layer and the last layer, you should be very much take care of the middle layer. There's a blind spot, and that can be easily hackable. Okay, so first point. Second is, you have to audit your admission controllers. So in admission controllers, as I was talking about that key, if the key is available to the hacker, they're gonna hack it. So you should write rules like that, that no single person or no one key, through one key, we're gonna change this mutation admission webhooks, right? So this has to be, you can say collectively, multiple keys things, or you can say multiple access things, right? So something like that we need to implement, so that one person can't just go and hack it and mutate our rules, right? And runtime observability is very, very important. Like if it's zero runtime and something like this, we're gonna have a look at it. So these three things, I would say, it's very important. And if you are doing this, if you are checking your logs properly, if you are very actively seeing them, and it's fine, then you are good to go. There's no problem in that. So yeah, thank you. And this is Harshita, she's Nikita. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions in the crowd before we break for lunch? Any hands?
Hungry people.
I got one over there, Jesper. You gotta run.
It's too far, man.
Run!
I'm just kidding. Is this thing on? Yeah, it is. Yes. Raise your hand. That would be so shitty if like someone at the other end just like, ah, come here, come here.
Oh yeah, someone over here should ask a question
man.
later just to make him run. Get some cardio in.
Oh, it's okay.
Is this on? Okay, awesome. How much of this is mitigated? Because a lot of cloud providers right now, they're like, oh, you can use our pretty autopilot cluster, and we'll fix all of this for you. So how prevalent is this in that kind of setup?
So like, can you just repeat the last line?
How prevalent is this in like a autopilot kind of setup, where a provider is like, oh, here's our basis?
So in what I have observed as of now is like in autopilots, the middle layer is more vulnerable. There was a pyramid, right? There was a big layer. At bottom, there was like nodes, where both of them you have like so many tools and securities at the top, at the bottom. But in the middle, everything was so pre-assumptuous that that was the blind spot. And if it is something autopilot something, the middle layer is more vulnerable. Because now you have the control of the top, the same autopilot thing. Had the control of the top, has the control of the bottom, but in the middle, it assumes like more presumptuous. So even it's gonna fail in that scenario. So you'll have to check your legs again and again.
You have to confirm with the autopilot team. That's working fine.
All right, anyone else? Doesn't look like it. All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
So just a few quick words before we break for lunch. Lunch will start in roughly sort of 15 minutes.
Yep.
If you don't know where to go, please find a goon. They're around. They can help you out.
They're stationed at the correct,
好的，这就为你打开空调。好的，已关闭空调啦。已调整到24啦。已调整到4啦。好的，已关闭空调啦。好的，正在开启所有车窗。好的，正在关闭所有车窗。好的。
live.
Hang on.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I think
there we
it is
go.
on. Are you getting tired?
Really?
It's really adamant that in 2 minutes the bar opens because the room is half full, so everyone is drinking beer. And it's
We
only
know you.
Thursday.
I really hope that we have a better beer selection this year.
You're such a
It's not me. It's not me. I've been approached by so many of
How
you.
many in here thinks the beer in here is shit? 0 hands.
See, yeah,
One.
right? Yeah.
You, sir, you need to leave. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but I think we've talked to the guys and they're going to make it happen. But before we get to that, we have the last talk of the day.
We have the last talk for the day. And it's time for some mainframe, no?
Yeah, it's time for some mainframe hacking. Haven't had to do that for a few years.
I have never done it.
Yeah.
I was really close to a mainframe once, but there were 2 guys who was all like 75 plus. And when you sort of were in the proximity of a TCP stack, they were just like, nope, this is my domain, leave. And I was like, okay.
Well,
so I've never touched it.
Thankfully, our next speaker is not 75 plus.
Or? No, I'm just
But should we just waste no more time up here and introduce him?
I think so.
Please join us in welcoming Adam Toscher.
Thank you. So I'm not 75, but I'm feeling that way nowadays. I'll tell you that much. 40, I think I'm 46, I forget. I forget on purpose at this point. I'll stay 46 for a little while. Yeah, off by 1. I was born in Manhattan. I'm from New York, but I grew up in upstate New York. And upstate New York is pretty much an IBM town. And I guess I can flip to this screen. I have to put this on because it kind of paid my way. I guess I worked there. So this is kind of like a brief just rundown of who I am and what I do. I've given some other talks. Most of the time I give these talks at HushCon just because they're of sensitive nature. But like for the last like 15 years or so, my friends have been like, you have to give a mainframe talk. You have this knowledge and you grew up in upstate New York and this is where they were fabricated, this is where they're made, this is where they do the debugging. And there were some guys who were damn close to 75, like some real true OGs. Like they could look at a stack trace from, you know, it was RISC from 1964 and just read it. And I was like almost like a wizard. I don't know how they did it. So did some Active Directory stuff. You can all type in like how to get domain admin in Google, #1 search. Everyone that I know is like literally nauseated at me saying that so much. So new crowd, I thought I'd say it. So you kind of span different stuff here. These aren't all the talks I gave because some of them are even a little bit more, they're just more shiesty. So this is this is hacking big iron with AI. I could have honestly probably have not done AI, and I use it every day, but I thought, why not run the other way? You know, like everyone is doing AI talks. So I said to myself, like, maybe there's a good chance if I don't do AI, specifically an AI talk, it'll give me a better shot at getting some cons. So far, it's working pretty good. I must say, if I don't toot my own horn. This is an image I generated with AI about like your typical obnoxious American coming to Sweden. It was pretty, yeah, sadly enough, that's true. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. It's a beautiful country. And thank you for having me. You know, everyone, Security Fest, fantastic conference. Why does this actually matter? Like, why am I here? I would say that I'm here because these things process like 30 billion transactions a day, at least in the States. And then I actually have some interesting information about you guys as well. That was kind of, I didn't even know about it until I think last night. But there's no EDRs on ZOS. They don't even make them. If there's anyone out here who, you know, can correct me, I don't think so. They do run MVS and ZOS. So the gentleman who said to me, if you get a B your freshman year, went to a New York State school, we will give you a job. And that was how I kind of got this job. I was 18 when I first started working on things. I'm now 93. 73% of Fortune 500s run ZOS. So I talk a little bit about the history. I'll go over that. I'll start with like, the Watson project, which costed more than the Manhattan project. And there's a lot of API integrations. There's Kubernetes that run on these things and a lot of other, I don't even know at this point. Because when I left in 2000, the big thing that they had done at that point was a bunch of hackers in Germany during the course of a summer had basically ported SUSE Linux to the IBM mainframe. So we were in meetings and they were talking about like, do we patent these algorithms? And I was like, this is so freaking IBM. Like patenting algorithms, patenting like different kind of thought patterns. And I was like, well, joking around and being a young punk, I was like, you should call it like Boo Hat. That was my 2 cents in that conversation. I had nothing to do. So you guys have been, I think, one of the only countries that have actually been, well, documented. I'm sure America gets popped every day. That actually had 2 mainframe intrusions where it was a bunch of, like, the ex-pirate guy, I have a picture of him, it's kind of funny, and 3 other culprits that got access to, I guess, like the holding company of Volvo. These guys were gnarly. I mean, they were able to laterally move and then get root access on a shell. And this was like 2013, and like the main players in this field, and I'll talk about them, it's really like one guy, like Soldier of Fortran. And Soldier of Fortran has like just been spearheading a lot of the research for the last, like, as far as I can remember. I met him at a DEF CON, and I said to him, hey, I did this at an energy company. He was just like, you're hired. And I was just like, what? Like, okay. I had a job at that point, but right about now, I'd probably say, okay, for reals. So my employer should not hear. This is the actual guy who popped at the point, this was ZOS, it's 2013. And, a lot of the times when you think about these guys, you think about some super hacker, but this kind of fits the motif. Looks like he has some Faraday cage around here with a tinfoil, bunch of Ethernet cable. I thought that was kind of befitting. The origin of mainframes is kind of interesting. Basically, like Watson was like, we're going to build this thing. I don't care how much money it costs. $5 billion in 1964 was a lot of money. It was, I hinted at this before, it was more money than Project Manhattan. So he was dead set on making sure that this thing was the best mainframe. I mean, before that, IBM had a shiesty history of basically selling calculators, and that's what they were. And they used those, they sent them to Nazi Germany. Even when I was working there and interning there, when I was going up to school, Watson School of Engineering, go figure. I guess it was a co-op, not an internship, so I had 5 years or 5 summers of working there. And there was like a Nazi medal. Like, I kid you not, just because they had sold these machines to the Nazis to count all the people that Nazi Germany didn't like. I don't have to go into specifics when it comes to Nazis up here. I don't know if that's the best thing. So, System 360. So this is System 360. It is one of the main things about it that really differentiated it was a single system. There was, backwards compatibility. IBM really wanted to make sure that these systems would work. So Watson said, like, and still to this day, ZOS will run the same code set. That's why, like, those graybeards who could look at the stack traces, they've been working on stuff for 25, 30 years. When I was at IBM, there would be people there who honestly never cashed a paycheck. You would hear these like stories about these guys who just did not care about money. They cared about basically MVS. And when you hear about mainframes, they're usually conflated with I was talking with really, really smart people just before, and they're like, we have a guy that does mainframes. And I'm like, oh, well, what kind of mainframes does he do? And they're usually A400s. They're not usually MVS systems. Just because these things are big, they're expensive, it honestly need a raise for, and you can see like all the tape backups. I forgot, but one IBM, I don't know if it was for the mainframe, but they have like this great picture of like a hard drive, and it's like the size of like a B-52, and they're like loading into the bay. IBM sold they sold a lot of their divisions over the time, and obviously they missed the whole PC computer kind of thing. So 8-bit standardization was one of the big things that came about during System 360. And then kind of what I hinted at was the backwards compatibility. System 370 comes around, and its goal is to be used a lot for academic research and things like that. And there's they come out with like these concepts of virtual memory, dynamic address translation, and they basically take them from a company called Atlas, or a corporation that's based out of Manchester, the University of Manchester. And Atlas was the first to actually come up with these ideas, and IBM kind of group sums them and says like, okay, these are now mine. Like, I'm gonna grab these, and I'm gonna make these part of MVS. So MVS, like, kind of, it's still got like, it still looks like something out of like a cockpit of an airplane. It's analog-ish. It's not fully digital at this point. You can tell by all the, all the levers and knobs, but it paves the way for MVS. So MVS multiple, it's a mainframe virtualization system. Still to this day, like when I was working, it was called MVS. ZOS is just a marketing term. Better reliability, and once again, they wanted to be able to make sure that this thing, I kind of said it twice, they want to make sure this thing's compatible. Kind of like how you can run Objective-C code on, I think like everything from a next computer to like the most modern OS that there is. Same kind of idea. This was the bad boy that I got to work on. System 390. These things were gigantimous. And when I used to work at Endicott, which was IBM's first kind of like, it was their headquarters. Like IBM kind of took over the East Coast. It went down from like, tip top of New York. And then it kind of spread all the way down North Carolina, where they had their HR department, down to different states I'm forgetting about, and then to Florida. But in East Fishkill and Poughkeepsie, which were about 2 hours from where I grew up, these bad boys were everywhere. And also, obviously, in Endicott, where I ended up doing regression testing on the hardware console element, which is a freaking laptop. But they decided to call it a hardware console element because it's IBM. And they have to come up with their own terminology, which brings them to a whole other level of bureaucracy. This was a bridge to the IBM Z platform. These things were really powerful. I remember sitting in a cafeteria and the executives would fly in, and it was like, you'd be sitting there eating your crappy IBM food, and the executives would land in their chopper and come in, and they'd be like, we just reached this many gigaflops and we were beating Hitachi. So I'd say like in the late 90s when I was there, IBM was kind of the king, when it came to just raw computational power. And they paved the way for a lot of interesting technologies. Little bit of trivia. Let me see if it's on here. This is just like kind of like a summary. System 3.7, virtual memory, blah blah blah. Kind of stick by that. Kix is one of the things that I don't show, and I'm going to try to get to the live demo. So, looking at my time, yeah. So I still have some time. Where was I? So yeah, OS 390 has Kix, DB2. I was actually there when my office mate dropped a DB2 cable when I was in this like shiesty, hacker channel, and I was just like, hey, like how do you recover a DB2 table? And I'm like, guy tells me, I tell my office mate, he's kind of was just like, how the hell did you know that information? I was just like, I talked to this weird, probably Russian hacker, and he just knew how to restore the DB2 table. Kind of blew his mind. But that's what I was kind of doing when I was young and foolish. Nothing much has changed. So when I was working on these different systems, I was kind of like, I was in high school, and I kind of told the story, like you get a B. Well, that's what one of the, used to be a big swimmer, hurt myself doing it. So it's kind of hard to hurt yourself swimming, but I figured it out. I was pulled out of high school to fix mainframes I didn't know, because like back in the day, late 90s, there was like this period where there's incredibly savvy people that were in upstate New York, especially in Kingston, Poughkeepsie, and it was IBM town. 1945 to 95, they owned that place. And I kind of slipped in where a lot of that talent had kind of fled. There was mass layoffs. I mean, meta-style layoffs. Like we're talking across the board. You know, my friend's father was a technical writer. And then the core engineers who were writing like system drivers and, you know, doing the really heavy lifting, they all got sent, well, not all of them, but it's kind of an overgeneralization. They got sent to Florida and other areas, I don't know. So like my friends whose father worked at IBM were the first to teach me the basics of, you know, computation, bash process, you know, how to bash and how to like change your prompt and do all the basics that, you know, kids do when they're learning computation. As soon as they left, like my skill level just plummeted. Like I went from someone that was like learning how to program to someone who was just dangerous enough to hang out in these various channels and do all the stupid things that hackers and carters and freakers do. Then after a couple internships through my freshman to my senior year, I was in college for like 10 years. But my last year of college, I worked in it's not here, but this is kind of a cool fact. But I worked in Endicott. That was with the race floor. And then I also worked on race floors and just because I was doing regression testing or I was just handling mainframes and testing these weird laptops. And so you had to get hands on keyboard. First couple of years, I don't think they trusted me, so I was kind of just behind the screen. And I have like a RAG system that I was kind of going through, and I was like looking at these IBM Red books, and I was like, I don't remember these, but I remember like the first time they were converting them from, you know, the actual Red book to HTML. And now they're all in PDF format just because it kind of became universal. So I remember years ago looking and being like, does IBM publish these things? And most of the information is not confidential of any kind of sorts. One of the really cool things about IBM is that up to the PC4, when NVIDIA took over the world, they fabricated every single chip that went into every console. So if you had a Wii, if you had the predecessor, GameCube, Wii, up to a particular point, PlayStation 3, they came out with the cell technology. Xbox, they actually, I think Xbox, they kind of handicapped it just because, I don't know why, like they didn't want to pay them enough for the chip. The PS3 was, if you guys remember, was an incredibly powerful system, cell processing. And when I was there, it was like roughly the time that they were developing these technologies. And they promised me the sun and the moon. And just like Office Space, I had like 4 bosses. So I'd have like a manager come up to me and be like, have you worked on this? And here's your TPS report. Have you filled it out? That kind of thing. And I would be like, what do you mean? Like, I don't even know what you guys are talking about. So that was my experience working for IBM when I was up in Endicott. And just multiple times, I mean, luckily when I was interning in Poughkeepsie, they kind of had their act together. But they would eavesdrop on me. Like, they would honestly, I mean, IBM is almost an extension of the military. And you don't do that. Like, I mean, I would do stupid stuff like messaging my friend, are you ready to have like a kegger tonight? Like, we're going to get fucked up, you know. My manager brought me in, but then I was kind of checked out. Like, I was offered a job. I was offered multiple positions. I got to intern at the coolest part, which was the Linux, porting and feasibility, where me and a very, very smart individual just took GNU bash scripts and just converted them to System 5. I'm sorry, System 5 and Linux. Mostly Linux at that point, because Linux was the new hotness. This is kind of cool just because it talks about the history of Unix. So we had in the early 370s, you had different variants of, System 6, System 5. I think right around here, the guy who told me if I get a B, I think POSIX, right around here, probably 94, is when he single-handedly and his team port System 5 and make it POSIX compatible. And that just automatically gave him the engineer title. So when I go to talk to him, you go into this IBM office, and there's the word engineer above his office cell, and it's bright green. It's so freaking IBM. Guy was really, really smart, and that obviously bumped him up from just I don't even know what he was before then, a manager, middle manager. Unix system services start to evolve. So IBM says we're not going to miss this bus. We've already missed a PC computer. We're going to invest a lot of time into making sure that we can port applications, that we can natively run them, kind of like with Kubernetes. I don't know if you saw a couple of years ago, Chompy just destroy basically these mainframes by gaining access to Kubernetes and then just moving laterally. So similar to your guy from 2013, except Chompy just took a little bit longer and did it on a stage. This is where I come in. I literally get hired. This is my first internship or third internship. Some boring jobs, first just manual data entry. By 1999, I'm doing Linux porting and feasibility, and I kind of talked about this. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. Awesome job. I would work maybe 3 hours a day and clock in 43 hours. I hope no one from IBM's here. It doesn't matter anyway. But I'd clock in 43 hours, just write some GNU scripts, fix some basic logic, if statements, get paid a lot of money. So IBM likes this bait and switch kind of thing where when you intern there, they treat you amazingly. They really, really, nice meals. They don't give you too much work. And then I heard as soon as you join, you just get a stack of work that's on your desk. And you have to kind of go through that. 2001, I kind of stop here. The Z series comes out, and I'm kind of at this point trying to think. I graduate. I don't really work with the rebranded ZOS. For me, it was always System 390. Let me see if I can run through these. So 60 years of the same architecture, intern, or da-da-da. And security teams never really watched these guys. I want to talk about mental models, just because, not to sound too much I'm just kind of babbling. But mental models is kind of in the title. And, what is a mental model? It's just a way to understand complex ideas. That's all. It's kind of like IBM jargon. Modern hackers don't. It doesn't cleanly relate the concepts. So you have to kind of overgeneralize them, and I kind of go through that. The attack surface is identity, it's jobs, it's data sense, it's spools, it's control panels. It's literally job control language, which is the same exact. It's a modernized version of a punch card. I wanted to get a bunch of punch cards, but I didn't follow through, and I didn't know if they would be the legitimate thing. So these are the control planes that I kind of talk about, VTAM, which is obviously it kind of speaks for itself. This is your underlying fabric. So when you first connect to a mainframe, you're presented with this VTAM kind of interface. Because when these things were invented, there was no TCP/IP. It was dude or gal inside an office, and there'd be a cord run because they had to be in clean rooms. So be sitting there on their TN3270 clients and basically interfacing with the mainframe. So TCP/IP came along. I can't give you an exact date, but I would assume probably around late version of the System 370 because they had MV, and they started to have System 5 support. And then by System 390, it was kind of integrated in the stack, but still not. I don't know where it is today. This is the authorization engine. You can kind of think of as a TSO is kind of like your shell. If I hate saying that, I can go over that a bunch of times. RACF is kind of like your Active Directory. There's also top secret. JES is where the jobs are actually schedules. This is batch processing, deferred execution. So there is no shell. And MVS is the kernel. And nowadays there's kicks. I don't have that in here because the system I'm going to show you is educational, and IBM, I can't display a ZOS box just because I'd get into a lot of trouble in a main stage. More of a friend NDA kind of thing. But yeah, so this kind of goes over. Shell is your TSCL batch. Rack is your root admin. There are no files. They're all data sets, which I'll walk through. Processes are jobs. When you look at the JES and it does all its deferred execution, it comes down to spool. This is kind of interesting because there are ways to schedule it. So you can schedule the batch processing to happen during certain hours. So if you get like an influx of credit cards, all the major credit card companies were just like, no, you can't touch my mainframe. Malware persistence. So this is kind of an interesting one. There's a gentleman whose name I can't talk because it's really politically incorrect, but his first name is Charles. His first name is Big. That's all I'll give away. But he's the only person that I know who actually, even Soldier of Fortran, wasn't able to gain persistence. Or maybe he did and just didn't release it to the wild. All this other stuff is kind of lateral movement. You know, most of the way that people laterally move is through all the different stuff they modernize. So System 5, Linux, they started to use like FTP. And that's kind of the way that you would do it. Then you make your way to the mainframe, you laterally move there, you find a data set, create a job, and kind of execute it. This is kind of walks through that. So you'd be using your terminal. You'd enumerate the users, which I walked through. You find one with like default creds. There's like 100 IBM usernames. I don't think I've ever found a system without default credentials. You submit your job control language, which I kind of talked about before. And then you get your privilege execution. Now, I'm probably, yeah, so it's okay. So yeah, a show is not the center. So like, oh, that's the wrong slide. Yeah, so everyone kind of thinks about like, this is one of the main reasons why I give this talk. Like, how many people here are pen testers or red teamers? Okay, how many of you have come across a mainframe? How many of you were afraid to touch the mainframe or kind of left it alone? That's why I'm here. That's really the main reason why I'm on this stage, because I've seen really, really talented red teamers and pen testers just hit a mainframe and be like, take a screenshot or watch someone else, you know, kind of type in their commands, just because everyone's kind of using all the function keys and they walked away. So this is kind of why I'm here, you know, because we apply a lot of these models in clouded web thinking have kind of dominated our current, you know, psyche. On Linux, you know, shell is your main prize. On ZOS, execution can happen through all these different ways. There have been recently some reverse shells that didn't require FTP access, and that's that Charles guy whose name I can't say. He figured out a way to basically upload raw assembly and execute that in Jez. And then he created he modified a library, a data set, so that every once in a while it would be executed. I tell you the truth, I don't, kind of a little bit above my head. This just goes over root, you know, like privilege is one magic account, yada, yada, yada. And then it goes through, you know, it's kind of comparing Linux to the convoluted mainframe that it is. You log in, you do your jobs, you can log in, touch a data set or program, and then it kicks, like I said, there's like a KICKS, but Kix is more of a modern invention. This is a mainframe from the 80s that I'm going to show you with AI, and Kix implementation is kind of crappy. I don't know how else to say it. What else do we have here? This is like I've kind of gone through this. You got your cron, you got your malware, GCL, files, data sets, and standard out. Don't want to bore you guys. What else do we have? The core thesis. So everyone asks, where is the show? Where is it? The trust boundary. So these are all your trust boundaries. Your TSO, your JCL, your Jez, your RACF, your data sets, your kicks, your schedulers, your stuff I don't know about. Operational reality. So this is I've kind of gone over this again. I don't want to sound like a broken record. This is what's missing. This is what it means. SIM integration is non-default, which is awesome because like IBM has such a powerful SIM. I just love that. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. So, yeah. So, oh God, his name is there. Oh no. This guy is awesome. He might have a very offensive name. It's obviously a play off of, you know, the different kinds of, you know, formats that you have when you deal with ASCII characters, and IBM loves to create their own. I mean, when I show you the Metasploit modules, like this guy has like the best ones as far as publishing them and making them public. Philip Young, Soldier of Fortran, who I met, now he's director of NetSpy, solely focuses on, you know, just mainframe penetration testing. This guy is freaking gnarly. This is when my friend said to me, you should start giving talks, and I didn't. like 2013, 2014, or just getting out there. This is the Metasploit module for mainframes. This is the actual exploit. There's one, and that's that's Phillips. That's loader of Fortran. This is the guy whose name I wasn't supposed to say. He's actually updated this pretty recently. And IBM, if you find a flaw, they don't care. Like, they don't give you a CVE. They'll patch it silently, and that's why these guys have to kind of like play around with some of the actual code. Like, you can kind of see they're doing stuff with the actual shell code, changing Bayesian operators and doing kinds of interesting stuff. Yeah, IBM started as a business. They rented out computers. That was kind of what Watson did, and he's like, well, these are getting expensive to rent out. I'll make my own. This is the real problem. The real problem is most failures in mainframe are conceptual. You know, they're not technical. So there's kind of a misunderstanding when people actually look at, you know, how did my mainframe get popped? Mainframes are federated systems. Authority is distributed across the subsystems. We kind of went over that. And that leads us to big iron AI, which is like, oh no, it's attack pass. This is me trying to basically walk through an 80s mainframe. Let's see what else we have. So this is like the full compatibility. This is what it can do. The Bloodhound stylograph is kind of a lie. I wish that it was fully functional and as awesome as Bloodhound, but the framework is there. The RAG database is pretty cool just because it actually can kind of understand and you can ask it really esoteric mainframe questions. It's got this is kind of roughly implemented. The autonomous walkthroughs, red team, and there's some other stuff here. So I'll just kind of try to get through this. AI changes the equation. You don't have to be Philip Young now. All this information is in some kind of corpus of knowledge. And now you can kind of feed it information and kind of train it if you want to go ahead and train it. Let's get to the more interesting stuff. So this is, oh, it didn't change. So let me see if I've changed my monitor here. Change this to like an extended display. Would that do it? No. Oh, I'm a fool. I can't use PowerPoint. Let me quit out of here. And now let's see. No extended display. Technical difficulty. I'm a mainframe guy, so I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, what is this new technology? This is amazing. So this is the program I wrote. It throws up a web app. It uses a llama. It has an FTP server. It says Kix is there, but I wouldn't really count on it at this particular point. Let's see. So this is kind of like my way of trying to make it cool. Throw it back to Lululemon. You can kind of play around with it. A lot of troubleshooting went into like getting this mainframe work, so that's why I had to like kind of like do some debug statements here. If you click on the top here, it'll actually like in real time like read what's on the screen. So like you'll see if I could type in like random characters here. If I type this in, it'll actually start to analyze it. Invalid command, check spelling. So it's like telling you like literally what it is. You can do some basic stuff here. Like I wanted people to kind of understand the basics of what it is to log into MVS, what a VTAM session is. Just because not because I know all you guys are highly intelligent, but because this stuff is esoteric and there's not too many. I wanted to create a framework that not only kind of combined a lot of the genius of those guys who I more or less just copied, but I also wanted to create a framework that had a walkthrough and that was also able to drop some science, drop some knowledge, TSO, all that kind of boring stuff. It gets kind of more interesting here, like when you go through the actual walkthroughs. So you could start this, and it will actually like walk through a mainframe. It should. It'll log in, and then like if you want, you can be like, AI tutor, like tell me. Oh, geez. But yeah, it'll start asking you questions, and as it goes through and authenticates, you can click that button. For some reason, there's a demo bug. And it will actually tell you, like, let me see if it works now. It should. No, it's not working. But you could explain the screen, which is more or less the same thing. I'm just probably clicking the wrong button, nerves. And it will tell you like, what's this ISPF kind of thing, what's it doing? And then you'll go through and it'll actually walk you through the whole kind of process as it kind of tries to catch up here. This is partially AI, because I clicked like, analyze the screen. And all this does is log into that ISPF console, which is just another part of the TSO. It has a bunch of modules, so you can so if I stop this, you could do session stacks, you can do deferred execution, which is the way that you can kind of take over these systems. There's a lot of fun stuff. What else? So there's like a little kind of fun thing if you go to the front of the, let's see if I go back to IBM here. If you click like full screen, I worked a lot on OS2. So it's like a little, and this guy here, I mean, I spent too much time in OS2. It's not a bad operating system, and you can ask it like, I think you can select the screen. Does that still work? No, not here. But you can ask it like different questions. Where are my questions? Like error code. And this is all RAG train, so. And then I have another section where it's another AI tutor. Let's hope it works. Give it a second. I mean, this says 64 gigabytes of RAM, but it's still slow. So it kind of walks you through, and it says it's an error message. And then you could ask it questions like, how do I write JCL, and all that kind of jazz. This is completely open source. I'm MIT licensed. I don't have a QR code, but I'm more than willing to share this. I'm more than willing to give my URL. If you type in awesome cellular hacking, it will take you to the same page, and it's like, that's all you have to type in. I've been included into the awesome world. There's the labs I kind of showed you. This is kind of fun. There's like a scanner that just does like basic fingerprinting. This is where it gets kind of interesting. So you can actually do assessments, and you can run through and enumerate like who has access to VTAM, what users have access to the to the TSO panel, who can enumerate kicks, and this will walk through. And it doesn't really parallelize too well, just because probably sloppy coding. But as you go through all these and you go to system enumeration, if you go up to findings over here, it will actually generate like an HTML report. Let me see. If I stop this, it's not going to work. But if I go here, maybe it will. The report, you can spit out JSON. You can spit out HTML. You can do all kinds of fun stuff. And once it's actually done and you've run through, the main thing is, and there's even methodology, so that's a big thing in the organization I work for. It's like before you actually pen test, like teach people what you're doing. I know that I've kind of sound like a broken record, but this is, ports don't define it. The VTAM, that virtual fabric crap, that's what does it. And authentication does not mean administration. They're really, really big on that. And once again, deferred execution. So while that's doing that, let me see if it actually, it's probably gonna mess up now. But if I go back here, yeah, I think it's actually still running. So I'll give that a second. What else? I could open up another window, I guess, modern technology. See, it's actually going through here and trying different users. It's not super fast. I basically ported this to, whatever this is called. I stole it from Soldier or Fortran, just like everything else. I'm not going to take credit for it, but it'll walk through and it'll create like a nice little report. What else can I show you guys? So you could actually see the console. You could see it enumerating, the users. One of the biggest hurdles I came with this, and there's a little AI, kind of tells you what's going on. Red Team Tutor. So I'm going to leave this open. Hope it works. This is what I kept on clicking on by mistake because this will walk you through, and this will completely break the other thing. It will walk you through see, it's because it's logged in with, are you guys seeing that? Why are you not seeing that? Did I highlight? Yeah, okay. So it's actually going to say like, you're seeing the output from the VTAM enumeration. So if I disconnected and reconnected, or most likely I just have to like kind of blow up the server. So I'll stop it, start it. I'm not messing around when I'm on stage. The disconnect connect thing can kind of be a little bit shysty, just because it's a freaking 80s mainframe, so it's finicky, and you try to cram AI and do any kind of logic. It gets kind of interesting, but it comes up relatively quickly. It was one of the main reasons why I bought this fancy notebook. But in all honesty, my previous notebook was basically just as fast. I got it for the you need more advanced models to do some of the RAG stuff. The RAG stuff is kind of cool, like you saw. But this will actually walk you through once it comes back up, and it has all these cool sessions, and these actually work. Like, so this will teach you how to kind of, actually hack a mainframe. These are all Philip Young's. I call them out, like down here. These are the labs that he gave in DC30. There's a really cool buffer overflow. And you can walk through this. You can use the analyze screen to kind of tell you what's going on. And this way, if you ever get access to a mainframe, this tool is pretty benign. I mean, it's not going to start dropping, crazy JCL, or it's not going to try to upload to your FTP server. In the essence of time, I know that I'm running out. I'm fine. All right, cool. This is the RAG database, which honestly gives me a little bit of, let's see if is it loading, or is it, yeah. So you feed it a bunch of PDFs, and then, you use obviously the correct LLM, parser. And it's pretty badass. Like, this thing, without this, and without a decent model, this information is just not it's not in Claude, it's not in OpenAI. It's very esoteric knowledge. So you have to kind of, without training in an actual LLM, I found that using a decently powered LLM and kind of basically just feeding it, go out, get every single IBM Red book you can have. And it worked. I was kind of like, awesome, Architecture, really quickly, kind of a little AI generated here. I'm not that smart to create such a cool looking thing. But it runs you through the whole system. This is MVS 3.8. It's a turnkey solution. You can download it. It's literally from the 80s, and everyone's kind of pitched in. This is what Solitaire Fortran uses, just because he doesn't want to get arrested by various, authorities. The last thing I can kind of run through really quickly is, where am I? Assess, and yeah, there's kind of a cool graph, like a graph theory that's broken. And the models, the abstract models, which walk you through the boring text stuff, which I didn't want to bore you with. It's kind of more fun. And then you can actually just have like a full-blown, where is it? I can't see, AI chat. So it will show you the screen. You can then do whatever you want. You can highlight the screen. You can play around with it. I didn't even know you could do that. And this is where you can have a couple questions that'll be answered by the RAG. So this is kind of the same question I asked before. It's just a little bit more summed down. And if you ask these questions just to a normal, your whatever Dan called those, like I'm not the best AI guy. API doc, so you can talk to it via more modern systems. And I think that's about it. Like, I think I've gone full circle here. And FTP client, that's it. Just because that's the main way you compromise these guys. So all the stuff I showed you from Soldier or Fortran are all where he uploads basically a JCL file, and that's executed by Jez. And I know that I was kind of tangential. That's the way my brain works. ADHD for the win. You got to weaponize it. So yeah, that's my mainframe demonstration. I hope you guys are not afraid to touch a mainframe. And you can always kind of lean back on some of the information here. I work on it all the time. I'm constantly committing. And like I said, it's completely open source. If any of you guys feel free to commit, feel free to fork it, do whatever you want. I know that there's a lot of people who know more than me. I'm a little bit rusty, so I was learning along the way. And that's about it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much. Let's see if there are any questions in the crowd. Do we have any hands?
Just show of hands. Anyone touch the mainframe?
We got a couple in the front row. A couple over
Old
there.
bastards. No, I'm just kidding.
But they are probably going to swarm you afterward.
Okay,
I would imagine.
that's absolutely fine. Whatever you guys feel comfortable doing.
All right. Cool.
Well,
thank you so much.
Yes,
that was a great final talk.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Yes.
All right. All right. So